that guy?
It's still my one friend.
Yeah. He's gonna bash you?
Oh, he definitely will.
He's like, oh, and that was a terrible shot.
Yeah, he's on 4 this time instead of 2s. Let's see, this is gonna... Do you mind going out to, like, mid-court? Sorry. Let's go to... Okay. I'm gonna take it back up. Hold on. In case my camera goes. Thank you very much. Good luck.
I don't know that.
One more. Alright, go up.
And then one push and you got it. So the flashing red light means it's muted.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to 6th Annual Mixed Doubles Charity Classic here at the Country Club of York. My name is Mark Coons. I'm the Director of Tennis here at the club, and Phil Myers, the owner and head pro at Wise Haven Tennis Center and a member at our club and current men's singles champion at our club, will be here with us announcing the match today. What are your thoughts, Phil?
Well, we got a great matchup today. Number 1 seeds, defending champions from last year, Holden Coons, Elizabeth Scotty, taking on a team that we absolutely expected to be here in the semis today. Brianna Shevitz and Cole Gresh. Brianna plays pretty highly up on the Princeton women's team, and Cole is one of the strong varsity players for the UNC Wilmington men's team.
Yeah, I believe Brianna finished the season ranked inside the top 20 for the NCAA women, and she actually had a win in the fall over the number 1 ranked girl in the country. So she's solid. And over on the other side, Elizabeth Scotty plays on the top 4 for the best team in the country, North Carolina. So on this feature match, we have 2 of the best female college players in the United States. Pretty impressive.
Absolutely.
We'll also be keeping tabs on court 2 and be filling everybody in on the score for the other semifinals on the other court, which you can't see on your screen, but on the other court we have Eva Wang, former number 1 player from Harvard, and she's playing with Sanam Singh, who played at the University of Virginia. He played on the tour for a few years. He won over $100,000. And they are playing Clarissa Hand, who plays for the Northwestern Wildcats, and Justin Carter, former number 1 player at UMBC, and he's currently teaching professional at Suburban Country Club in Baltimore. We'll keep tabs on the score over there on court 2 for everybody watching at home.
Yeah, just in terms of depth for the tournament this year, Mark, would you say that it's probably our best draw that we've ever had here?
Yeah, I think we've had some strong tournaments on top with our top 3 or 4 teams, but as far as overall depth of all 16 teams, no question that the tournament continues to get deeper. We actually had a team from New York that came in over the weekend. Brett Winters plays 1 for Xavier, and Marcella Cruz starts for the Vanderbilt women's team, and a team of 2 Division I players that lost in the first round.
In the first round.
So I think that kind of shows the depth that we had this year.
Absolutely. Well, and just the fact also that, our finalists from 2 years ago in this tournament didn't even make the semifinals.
Yeah, Punch Maleka and Charlotte Sikora, who are either 2 or 3-time champions. I have to double check.
I believe it's 3 times.
Yeah, they lost a close 3-setter yesterday to Clarissa Hand and Justin Carter. All right, looks like match is getting ready to start. Looks like Cole Gresh is serving first. We have a unique formation with Cole, who's a big server, and he has Brianna standing back with him. It's the first point of the match. And Holden immediately, seeing that they're both back, he immediately drives the ball deep and comes in. We had a volleying error by Elizabeth there to start the match.
This should be interesting as it unfolds to see if they end up changing up their strategy a little bit.
Yeah, I think what we'll see here is 2 different tactics. I think you'll see. Okay, so now Cole comes in.
And Elizabeth Scotty just absolutely annihilates a forehand winner.
There you see why Elizabeth is one of the best players in the country. The second point of the match. Rips a world-class forehand. Elizabeth and actually Brianna, both of the women on this court, they're two of the women in this tournament who the pace will not bother them. The pace from the men will not negatively impact them at all.
I'd have to say it almost helps their games in a lot of ways. Yeah. They love pace.
15 all. Good serve by Cole. Not always, but Phil, usually would you say that a lot of these matches come down to can the woman hold her serve?
You know, I absolutely would. I mean, there's a few rare cases where the man is the weaker server on the court, but you have two very strong servers in Cole and Holden. Two guys that probably, I mean, if they're losing their serve, you're in trouble probably.
Yep.
But I don't know, these two girls, I know for a fact that Elizabeth has a very strong serve.
Well, and that's exactly what happened yesterday at the one upset we had with Clarissa and Justin beating Punch and Charlotte. Punch got broken the first game of the third set, and when the guy gets broken, they're in trouble.
It just digs you deeper in a hole.
That's a great shot. Yep. Top spin lob winner by Brianna.
First game to Gresh and Schvetz.
Court 2 is still in their first game. Justin Carter just hit a big slice angle ace.
Yeah, speaking from experience with Justin's serve from yesterday morning, it's quite the delivery. It's very hard to tell where that ball's going.
A lot of action on that.
A lot
ball.
of action, and he can bring the pace. In fact, he nipped me in the hip on the first serve that he brought at me. It was also 2 feet deep, but could not get out of the way.
And I think I think it would be a good time here early in the match to thank everyone at the Country Club of York, especially this year with all the safety guidelines and protocol in place from the state. Our club has just done a phenomenal job being able to keep the tournament going through this health crisis.
Yeah, I agree. They had to step up. They had to pull back on some of the events we had planned for for this tournament this weekend. Out of safety for our membership, for our players that were visiting. Overall, great decisions and great job by our board and a lot of our membership.
Yep. And thank you to the players for following all those safety guidelines that we set up. Love 15 is holding double faults first serve. Big forehand volley there.
15 all.
How do, Phil, in those first couple service games, how do the nerves come into play for everyone?
Well, I mean, I have to say, me personally, I don't know if it affects these guys because they're so used to playing, these kids have definitely played hundreds of tournaments in the last 5 years. They're probably used to it, but I'd have to say that, at that point, if you're not nervous, you're probably not in a good mindset to go into that match in the first place.
Yeah, yeah.
You have to be feeling just a little bit nervous when you go into a big match like this. So I think I always say that the first 4 games of any doubles match don't really matter. You'll see a lot of uncharacteristic errors,
Yeah.
A lot of loose points, and a lot just maybe some breaks back and forth too.
Now this is interesting here. I don't think Holden's gotten a first serve in yet. And this is a dangerous point here at 15:30, serving to Cole. Good body serve. Talk about what do we mean by body serve, Phil? Talk about the importance of that.
Oh, I mean, everybody's looking. I mean, every single one of these players down here, they return very well to the wings. And when I say that, I mean moving left or right to their forehand or their backhand. But body serves are so important as a change of pace. Absolutely, the whole point is to get you out of your natural strike zone on the return, and it makes a lot of players uncomfortable. There's a great first serve by
It looked like
Holden.
that may have been on the line. Yeah, it
Yeah.
was unreturnable.
That's a great point to hit your first ace of the match.
Court 2, Justin Carter almost puts a hole through Sanam Singh with an overhead. Hit that ball about 120 miles an hour. Good return by Gresh.
Great pickup by Coons.
Yeah, that first volley, that's the key when they're coming forward.
Yep.
So, again, 2 different tactics. When Gresh was serving, he and Brianna start back, and Holden serve and volleyed on every serve on his service game. That was a big hold being down 15-30 second serve. Brianna Shevitz to serve. Right in the corner.
Great shot. Great pass down the line. You know, I feel like it's tough, you know, even if you're a good server, it's still tough to play either one of these teams because all four of them are such solid returners. You know, you won't see, unless you're going to hit a phenomenal serve, you're not going to see a lot of errors on returns here.
Wow.
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 That return came back harder than the serve.
I think Elizabeth likes targets, and with Cole starting in that I formation,
Yep.
if she hits a strong return, it doesn't matter where he goes, he's in trouble.
I also don't think it matters if they hit it to her forehand or her
Yeah.
backhand. I
Yeah.
think that ball is going to get past him pretty much every time. Sanam Singh with a huge ace out wide there on the second court.
Yeah, I can't see the score down there, but it looks like they've taken control a little bit in that match. Good serve by Brianna. Wow. .40-30. Let's just look at a second serve here. Cole's still going to stand in that I formation.
Double fault.
Yeah. A lot of pressure on these second serves, especially by the ladies.
Absolutely. These returns.
Our first deuce point of the match. Brianna prefers that baseline. She won't come forward unless she has to.
No, he missed it. Great move by Cole Grass.
Yeah,
She
I think
just
he
sent
made
the
the
volley,
right play, yeah.
sent it a little long.
Yeah.
I think the last thing he wants is for Brianna to end up in a cross-court rally with Holden at this point. That's not one you're going to win very often. First break point.
Yeah. Elizabeth Scotty to return.
That's the person you want in there returning that too. Oh, great move. Great
solid
move.
return. Cole's just all over it.
I think it's pretty clear the pace doesn't bother either one of these guys either.
And you know, the important on that, Cole ends up hitting the winner, but the important shot on that point was Brianna's first serve. She gets that first serve in.
Exactly.
They're starting out on offense.
And as I've often told, you know, a lot of the kids that I'm teaching, it doesn't really matter how hard you hit that first serve. Placement and the fact that you're making a first serve puts a lot more pressure on the returner.
Well, then Cole moving on that previous point, and then Holden tries to keep him honest down the line. And
Yep.
throws the ball in the bottom of the net.
Force the error.
Just missed. Two return errors there at the end. That was big.
Pretty uncharacteristic of those two. I will say that it is early still. But that's a big hold early from Brianna Shevitz.
No breaks yet. 2-1, 2-1 Gresh and Shevitz. We've only had one break point thus far in the match. Of course, this tournament is a charity event with all the proceeds going to our own community, York Opioid Collaborative. And I know at some point, probably in the morning, we're going to have Dr. Matt Howie from the collaborative just come on and say a few words about how the collaborative uses the funds that we raise for them.
We started supporting this charity probably about 4 years ago.
Yep.
I would say.
Yep.
And the tournament's grown in size every year. It's this is a cause that's very close to a lot of the members up here. Some of them personally. And it's just, you know, it's our club's way of giving back.
Yeah, the members have been just incredibly generous with their sponsorships. And those of you who are watching online, all the banners that you see on the back of the court are from, most of them are from our members. There's a rare unforced error by Elizabeth Scotty, row 15. This is a big game here. See if Scotty and Coons can answer back with a hold.
Well, I'll tell you what I'd like to see is a little more action from Holden at the net here. Especially if Elizabeth's able to start getting some first serves going.
Great return by Gresh, very deep. Love 30. Certainly seems like Elizabeth and Holden haven't hit their stride yet. I think they're playing on their heels a little bit and maybe not as aggressive as they should be.
Yeah, I have to agree there. I think they didn't exactly come out of the gate firing, so I think we'll see them up the intensity here in the next couple of games.
Oh.
Great move. Great move by Holden there.
Good move. I think he's a step too late on that, but he did move on the right ball. I'd like, personally, as his father, I'd like to see him move a little sooner. When Elizabeth hits a deep ball, just go.
Yeah, once you see Brianna go back on her heels like that, that's almost that's an open door to just cross the court there for that poach put away.
Still a big point at 15:30.
Oh, unbelievable return from Gresh there. Just sat right up to his forehand.
Nope. How you doing? Thanks for coming. Have our referee for our finals, Russ Morgan, just stepped in. So 2 break points, right, Phil?
2 break points here, 15:40.
See if they can dig themselves out of the hole. Oh, they got a break on that one.
One easy error there.
Yeah, that wasn't a great serve by Elizabeth.
If you're looking for a good way to throw away a break point,
Yeah.
that was one of them.
I think it was actually, I think the change of pace may have thrown her off a little bit because Elizabeth took something off that one to get it in.
She was a little out in front on it, I will say that. Looks like it's 3-0 on that second court for Sora and Singh.
Gresh is, Cole Gresh is the aggressor right now on court 1. He's looking across every time. There's a good
Great move by Holden there.
They needed that. That was a big point. That was one of the first points that that they actually, I think, won.
Yeah, I would call that one. That was shades of Stefan Edberg, that little dump volley in the middle of the court there.
Yeah, court 2, Phil, Sonam Singh is kind of taken over.
I mean, I would expect him to. A guy with, you know, that kind of pedigree. I mean, he's just, he's a different level.
We thought court 1 would probably be the closer match, which is why we decided to stream that one. So we're deuced. They held off 2 break points so far. Good down the middle serve. Missed it though. Holden missed it. Easy volley. What, Phil? Why is that middle serve so important in doubles?
Well, definitely, it cuts down on the angle of return for a lot of the players. You know, if they're, we have a line dispute, it would appear.
Yeah, they're just checking the mark. It looked wide from our viewpoint, but perhaps it barely caught the line. I don't know. You have to move forward. so add out. I think it's 4-0 now on court 2.
I think you're right.
Dangerous second serve here by Elizabeth Scotty. And got another break. That's 2 breaks this game.
Wow.
Yeah, back to deuce.
Yep.
Both teams still a little tight here early on, I think.
Boy, she really put some heat on those backhands, though. Those balls were right on the baseline.
I think as we move forward, we'll see the teams get a little more aggressive and the errors will cut down. Back to deuce. Holden should be going there, right in the middle. Wow.
Elizabeth turning it up.
Yeah, she hit it right at his ankles.
This would be a big hold for these two if they could convert here.
I think if they could hold here, they would relax and maybe turn the heat up and get a little more aggressive.
And you have to think, even though we said that, you know, in most scenarios, if you're losing the man's serve, you're in, you know, dangerous position. But, you know, on this court, I don't think anybody's serve is safe.
Yeah, they all 4 return so strong.
That's a good eye from Holden.
Holden whiffs on the 100-mile-per-hour return. He whiffs on it and gets lucky as the ball lands about a foot long. Yeah, Holden looks like he's a step behind me right now. So,
when did he get to sleep last night?
See if he can work some of those nerves out.
That's right.
He's got to get a little more aggressive and show a little more energy. Of course, it's easier said than done when they're hitting the ball 120 miles an hour at you.
That is true. It looks a lot different from the court level.
Yeah. All right, 2 apiece. Cole Gresh to serve for the second time. No breaks yet.
And
each team had a few chances.
They're still in that unique service formation.
Yeah.
2 back.
Big second serve. Get ready, Elizabeth.
Oh, going for the
that
lob.
was a
No.
that was a very strange shot selection by Gresh. He had all the time of the day and decides to
It absolutely was.
spin lob over Elizabeth.
Well, you get into these pressure situations, Mark, and, you know, gotta say, sometimes you just you just choose some shots that are really uncharacteristic of your game.
What does it tell you, Phil, that Brianna is starting back on Cole's serve?
Well, it tells me that she's not comfortable at the net in any way.
Yeah, well, I'd like to see Elizabeth and Holden maybe like some short slices bring her in. I don't think they brought her in yet.
Absolutely. She is very crafty of a player, though, I will say that.
She's incredibly strong from the baseline.
Yep.
And there, again, just a step behind by Holden. That was a pretty easy volley.
It was, and they were in great position to win that point. Elizabeth hit 2 very strong volleys there. And that's where you're going to see the difference here. If Brianna's going to stay back the whole time, those two need to close that net and get some pressure. 30-15.
Big kick serve by Gresh.
Great get.
Yep. Oh my. What a point. What
Oh
a point.
my.
What a point. Not sure
Elizabeth's
how she won that one.
unbelievable get from Scotty there. That ball was about an inch off the ground when she got her racket under it.
30 all on this court. On court 2, Sanam Singh is serving at 4-1. They are in control.
And it looks like Clarissa Hand has already mentally checked out of the match.
Big serve by Singh on court 2, 5-1 now.
Boy, he's something. He's a real
Yeah.
talent.
I would say the best player we've had here since Nathan Healy a few years ago.
I'd absolutely agree with that.
Gresh is that serve is popping up. over both their heads, but Holden finds a way to get it back in.
You know, and with the two of them back, because nobody's coming
Yeah.
into the net, there's no pressure there.
Yeah,
You know, they don't have to worry about
yeah, that's right.
anything. They're, you know, Elizabeth and Holden are just kind of sitting back with, and even if you put the ball back, it's almost better to block it back with no pace to Gresh at this point. Puts a lot of pressure on him to generate his own power.
We got 2-all break point here. Wow,
Great
great
return.
depth. Holden should have moved on that one.
Yeah, that's huge. That's
And
huge.
there you see Elizabeth being able to go toe-to-toe with the men from the baseline. I think her and Brianna are probably maybe the only 2 women in the tournament who can do that consistently.
Yeah, they'll do it on every point too.
Yeah. So that's our first break on court 2, 5-1. Frisora and Singh are cruising on that court. Again, we'd like to just take a couple seconds to thank all our sponsors. UPMC is our tournament naming sponsor. They're our main sponsor. That's the big purple banner you see in the background.
And I believe it's been 3 years in a row now that
Yeah.
they've been our title sponsor.
Yes.
They're incredibly generous every year.
We have the Apartment Gallery, who along with the Styles Group, RBC Wealth Management, those 2 companies fund our $10,000 purse to the players. Very generous. WellSpan Health on board for the first time this year. We can't thank them enough. They not only donated $10,000, but they matched all our members' sponsorship up to $10,000. So that was a big benefit. We have Rudders for the first time this year. Rudders gave $5,000. Who else is up there on that screen, Phil?
Oh my, it looks like Highmark Blue Shield. Yeah, Crispus Addicts is one of our longtime sponsors. Penn State Management.
Yeah.
Gladfelder Insurance Group.
You have a connection with Gladfelder, right?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, my dad worked there for 42 years. just retired back in 2019.
Gladfelder came on board last year and extremely generous. Very appreciative of their sponsorship.
And we've got a lot of longtime sponsors that have been here every year of this tournament
Grand
so far.
Partners,
Yep.
RGS, CGA, Apple Automotive.
Yep.
15 Love, Holden Kuhn serving here, trying to stay up a break. Yep.
That's tough.
Got to keep moving forward on that. Kind of get stuck. All 4 players, when you come to the net, they're going to just drill balls at your feet.
Yep. Yep.
So 15 all. It's, of course, after you get that break, it's always very important to consolidate the break by holding. We'll see if Elizabeth and Holden can do that here.
For a long time, I believe that if you don't consolidate, it doesn't count as a break.
Yep. Holden's still struggling with that serve. He has not gotten a lot of first serves in. Interesting that even on the second serve, Cole Gresh stays back though. Big kick serve by the lefty. Yep.
Yes. That's a fantastic serve for a second.
That's just it's a serve that unless you consistently are practicing against a left-hander, it's a serve you don't get to see much.
And there aren't a lot of left-handers out there that even hit kick serves to begin with. That makes it even tougher. You see a lot of righty kicks, you see a lot of lefty slices.
Yep.
But that lefty kick, nothing really prepares you for that unless you're on the court with it in a long time.
Cole Gresh, of course, he is a unique player. He hits off 2 hands on both sides. And I was just going to mention there, I think the best serve against him is serve into his body because of that.
Into him. It'll jam him up on either side.
It's very hard with 2 hands on both sides to hit a body return. So that was a smart shot by Holden.
Yeah, that's a big serve too. That puts them up 40-15. Maybe he'll relax a little bit here.
Tough. Yeah.
Just kind of duffed the put away there by Scotty. Left it sitting a little too much. We often tell our kids, don't hit down on the ball when you're at the net.
Yeah, I think
I just don't.
Cole's the only one who's really doing a good job of moving forward at the net. Elizabeth and Holden are kind of a little too stationary. I'd like to see them
Yeah.
close a little more with their feet when they're volleying.
I think even as a junior, I think Cole has, he has a long established reputation as being one of the more aggressive players in the Middle States area.
Another good return right at Holden's feet.
Deuce.
2 quick points for Shevitz and Gresh. Bring the game back to deuce.
That's a fantastic
Yeah.
serve and
Brianna's
volley
having
put
trouble.
away.
She's having trouble with that kick right now. I think she's going to see a lot more of it until she figures it out.
That would be the smart thing to do. So.
Oh, big
my.
flat serve from Holden, and just as hard coming back return from Cole, and led to a volley error at the net by Elizabeth. Back to deuce. I like that body serve against Cole. I think he likes the pace. If I was Holden, I'd keep trying to slice it into his body.
Absolutely.
Go forward, guys.
Oh, great move
Yeah.
by Elizabeth
Yeah.
there. Great close. We're back to add.
Yeah, Holden's doing a good job of digging out that first volley, but then I think both of them need to move forward and be a little more aggressive after that transition volley to try to finish.
They do, and I haven't really seen any threat of lobbing yet. There's been a
First
lot of
game, Brianna, that's it.
a
Yeah.
lot of pounding on the ground.
Body serve again.
Good put away.
Yeah, that body
Great
serve,
serve.
very important. So there you go, they consolidated the break. 4-2. Court 2, the team of Frisora and Singh are still cruising. The scorecard says 4-1. It's either 4-2 or 5-1, so we're not sure until they change over what the score is over there. Brianna Shevitz to serve.
Coons with a great angled put away there.
Big return, yeah. As good as all these players are, there's only so much you can do at the net when someone's ripping a forehand at you from 15 feet away from you.
I totally agree with that. That goes for the best hands in the world. Sometimes the firepower is just too great.
Interesting that last year, 3 of these same players met in the semifinals. It was Elizabeth and Holden.
Oh, great
wow.
return by
Wow.
Elizabeth Scotty. Snuck that right down the line.
Elizabeth and Holden beat Brianna and Ilya Shadishvili last year in the semifinals.
They did.
So Cole Gresh is the only difference. I think Elizabeth may, I don't know, I think she may prefer that backhand on the return. What do you think, Phil?
I'll tell you, I prefer my backhand. I can't speak for her, but the backhand is just, it's more compact, it's a more natural swing, and it's a lot simpler to time. And especially when somebody's giving you that much pace, it makes it real easy to come around that.
There again, Holden made that shot, but he should be moving forward with his feet, and that would have been a much easier shot.
Absolutely. I believe it's love 40 now.
It is love 40, yeah. Great return.
Oh, that's a great move by Cole Gresh. Great hands, too.
What do you think on when Elizabeth hits a return like that? Should Holden be, should he be moving forward?
Absolutely. If he puts
Cooper.
if he puts anybody on his back foot,
Cooper.
he should be going across that net every single time.
Tell him to get off the green.
Another tough play from Schvetz there. She actually came forward that time.
So see if Holden and Elizabeth let them off the hook. Love 40.
Now it's 30-40.
Yeah. Big point in the match here. Right on the line.
Oh my.
Right on the line.
What an unbelievable
Yeah.
return.
You can just tell by the way the ball skidded off the court that landed on the line, and Brianna kind of throws her hands up like, what can I do?
Can't do anything about that. That's just too good. As we change sides here, Elizabeth Scotty will now serve for the first set, up 5-2.
Yeah, interesting. Oh, go ahead, Phil.
Well, I was going to. Shevitz and Gresh are now playing 2 back on the return game as well.
I think it's interesting how, you know, if we go back to 2-1, Elizabeth Scotty was serving at 1, serving 2, and Gresh and Shevitz had a break point against her. And ever since then, it's been all Scotty and Coons.
Basically just let them off the hook.
Yep.
And I think we're going to see a trend here because it seems like what we're seeing now is Scotty and Coons are being more aggressive, more assertive, and Gresh and Shevitz are now becoming more passive. They're backing up, they're playing more from the baseline. You know, I don't think with the patience level, the talent level, and with Scotty and Coons, I don't think that you can beat them by backing up and, you know.
I agree.
You're going to have to be real aggressive to beat them.
Yeah, right now Cole's a little bit of a threat up there, but Brianna is no threat. She's not hurting them at the baseline, but great return and a great serve. Now Cole sneaks in. Now we're both in like the I formation. There you go. Yeah. Elizabeth good enough. I'd like to see her try to move forward, get out of that I formation.
Absolutely. Put a little more pressure on the baseline player on the other side.
Is this 15 all, Phil? Or
30-15. Update from court 2, it would appear that Frisora and Singh are up 5-2 right now. Serving for the first set.
Big serve by Elizabeth.
Phenomenal serve.
Wow.
I mean, boy, she masked that well. He was leaning big time to the middle.
I would say, what do you think, Elizabeth, about 6'2", Phil?
I would say about that.
Yeah, about 6'2", so, you know, that extension that she's able to get on her serve created that really nice angle.
Yeah, you don't get that from being 5'8".
In the finals, our viewers may get a chance to see Sanam Singh, it looks like, because he's probably about 5'8", 5'9", and guys, wait till you see his leg drive on his serve. It's unbelievable.
Not just that, but wait till you see how quick he is. He might be one of the fastest guys on a court I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Great shot from Shevitz, big forehand.
Yeah, that was not the right ball for Holden to move over. That was too short, and Brianna takes advantage of it.
And
when would you like to see the player at the net move, Phil? When they're in those baseline rallies, when should the net player take a shot?
Well, we've already talked about it. As soon as your partner hits a great deep ball, you put that player on their back foot. That's the ball you got to move on. You know, and then that baseline player, you know, assuming you're playing somebody who has the strength to actually hit off their back foot and take the ball down the line, maybe make you pay for that move. you know, that baseline player has to understand that they've got to get over and cover for you as soon as they hit that shot. So, the whole idea is to just, you know, you have to be aggressive, and you can't be afraid of the consequences.
Yeah. That's right. Yeah, you're gonna look like a fool every now and then.
Absolutely, but you know, the percentages are with you in that situation. And there's a big hold from Scotty to close out the first set.
Yeah, they had one break point against them the entire set. We have our tennis chairman Mark Wheeler here behind us, so we'd like to thank him and again everyone at the Country Club of York for being able to pull off an event of this size during this crazy time period that our community and country is going through.
Yeah, needless, I believe Mark and I came onto the committee at the for the tournament at the same time, and I think we can both vouch for the fact that this tournament has just grown and grown every single year that we've been with it. And
I think this is year 6, and I can remember our first year we were so excited to be able to raise, I think it was $13,000.
Yep.
And last year we were able to donate over $64,000 to the collaborative, and I think the way their fundraising looks like we're going to break that this year. So it's incredible.
It is. I know I believe our gross income at this point is around $85,000, which is unbelievable.
Incredible generosity by our community and our members. See if you know, one of the things that a lot of us talk about is the most important game of each match is that first game of the second set. Or Elizabeth and Holden going to be able to keep that momentum going, or Cole and Brianna going to draw a line in the sand here?
Yeah, and you know, as the team that wins that first set, you want to put your foot down. You know, you want to assert your dominance in that second set, and you don't want the other team to get a foothold to where they start to build some confidence here. And you know, as the team that loses the first set, that's exactly what you want to establish. You want to show them that you're not going to go away, and it's going to be a fight. You know, I think honestly, what I'd like to see from, you know, Cole and Brianna would be some more aggression. They've got to get in.
Yep.
They've got to get in. Got to make it happen.
Elizabeth and Holden won 5 straight games there to close out that set, but a good start to the second set with Cole Gresh.
Big ace.
Right down the tee on that deuce side, unreturnable serve.
Big ace, and I come on to go with it.
Once again, Elizabeth not backing down to the male player from the baseline. And she wins another baseline rally against him. She's solid off the ground.
Well, and just something to note, the difference in the depth on their balls in that rally, almost every one of Cole's ground strokes was going inside the service line, and every one of the balls that Elizabeth hit was about, you know, a foot from the baseline. I mean, she is nails from the baseline. That is one person I would not want to be exchanging cross-court ground strokes with on a regular basis.
Yeah, a lot of the guys don't see that flat ball that goes so deep.
No, and that's a tough ball for them to pick up. They want the action on the ball, and they're trained for it.
That was a nice,
great
nice
hands.
volley by Holden to give them a transition and move forward. Elizabeth takes care of the winner. I think, what do you think, Phil? Is this danger time for aggression?
Absolutely. I mean, we're 3 points into the second set, and they're already threatening on his serve.
Yeah. Tries to go for the big kick and just missed it. That would have been almost unreturnable.
Yeah, I don't think she was going to get a racket on that. That's a great ball to go on.
Yeah, thinking the same thing.
But they win the point.
Right there for Holden to pop over, but they get away with it.
But here's the thing, maybe, you know, Holden's obviously got a lot of trust in his partner, and Elizabeth is just so solid from the baseline with anybody she's rallying with. It's, you know, he might be thinking that it's almost higher percentage to let her rally it out with them cross court than for him to risk it and go. Especially knowing that Gresh is very good with changing directions.
Double break point, second serve here, Cole Gresh, and then you know, the ever annoying ball from the other court comes over that he has to
Yep,
clear in
yep.
between serves. And those of us who are players, we know how nerve-wracking that can be to break up your routine.
Not to mention at this level, they don't give lets for that.
Yeah. Yeah,
And
there you
there's the
go.
double fault.
Yeah, there you go. We've all been there in that situation.
Yep.
Anytime, I think that's why you see the pros, Phil. You see them like trying to break up routines, turning around, tying their shoe, toweling off, etc.
Absolutely. Do we want to point back to the infamous match between Connors and Krickstein back in the '91 U.S. Open? I mean, how many times did Connors go to the water bottle, go to the towel, you know?
Talk to the camera.
Talk to the camera, talk to the crowd.
Unbelievably, court 2, we went 5-1 for Soren Singh dominating.
It's now 5-4.
Yeah, and Carter
and Hand seem to have all the momentum.
3 straight games, and I believe they're serving this game. So that one has turned around dramatically. On court 1, again, Holden Coons to serve to try to consolidate that break. That's tough serve.
That is.
Yeah, that T serve down the middle.
And I'll say this, the way that Elizabeth's been playing, she's going to take a lot of pressure off of Holden here in the second set, and he's going to be able to swing freely on his serve. I think we'll see
I don't know that Holden has really found his level yet. I mean, he's not playing poorly, but he looked a little tight, especially at the beginning of that first set.
Absolutely. And you have to think, I mean, Mark, you've played a lot of tournaments. You know, you come in as the team to beat, basically.
Yeah.
What do you think the pressure level's like for Holden right now?
Well, last year was completely different because last year
no
one knew Elizabeth. They were seeded 3, and
you
know, they were just having fun and had no pressure at all. This year, with certainly the prize money being doubled,
the talent pool is definitely deeper, and they are the team to beat. Everybody's gunning for them, so I think they're going to get everyone's best effort. Not that they wouldn't, but it may be a little more than usual.
And just, you know, Holden's the only hometown player left. He probably feels, I know he gets so excited for this event, so he doesn't want to let anyone down. That was another big serve.
Good serve. 40 love?
40 love.
40 love.
Court 2 has gotten dramatically more competitive over the last 15 minutes. You can see the intensity turn up. Actually, I was wrong. Sanam Singh is serving at 5-4, so he's trying to serve to close out the set on court 2.
I think we might be seeing some big serves here. Sanam Singh, he played at UVA when Somdev Devarman, I believe, was the #1 there. So
I think they had the two highest ranked singles players in the country are both on the same team.
Yeah, and I'll say this, you know, Devarman, he you know, put down the upstart John Isner, I believe, 3 years in a row in the NCAA championships. So, I mean, some real talent there.
Sanam he's traveled from Boston to play in this tournament. So it's great to have him here for the first year. Hopefully he'll be back again. Easy miss by Gresh. He wants that one back.
Yeah, I think there's a few now that he'd probably want back. But
Is this a must-win game for Brianna and Cole?
If you get down double break against those two, you're not going to get back. I don't think. I wouldn't say it'll never happen, but it'd be very rare that those two get broken, you know, consecutively. So, considering it's now love 15 too, that's not a good start to the game. But
wow, I mean, Cole's trying to move there, but Elizabeth's just hitting that ball so clean.
Easy miss by Holden.
Back-to-back misses by the men on that court. Easy volleys.
It's almost like that one was too easy for Holden that time.
Yeah.
He makes the difficult ones from his shoelaces coming in from the service line, but you know, the putaways on top of the net.
Yeah, that was a big break. Now it's 15 all. Kind of had him, and there you go. That's what happens. Yep. Just like that, they're back up.
Boy, momentum can swing so quickly in a tennis match. It takes, you know, one shot or, you know, over the course of 2 points.
Let's remember that volley. Come back and see where we are at the end of this set, because they really had them on their heels. That would have been love 30.
Yep.
What would they be talking about there, Phil, with Cole and Brianna talking before she serves, do you think?
Any way to get Elizabeth to hit a weak return? Don't think it's going to happen. Sick.
Wow. Wow.
You see my point.
Cole's stuck up there because he knows that he needs to help his partner out because Elizabeth is so strong on the ground, but then he tries to move and gets exposed.
And yeah, I mean, honestly, great strategy. Cole needs to be up there more often, but you know, she just brought so much heat on that return. What else is he supposed to do? Just had to block it back.
Huge point here at 0-2-30 all. Court 2 for Soren Singh did win that set. Just wide, yep.
Second serve. This is a big point. Brad.
My guess is Holden's going to try to drive this and move forward. Let's see. Nope.
Too good.
That's why, you know, those of us who teach doubles, that's why we don't like that one-up-one back formation. It's
Yep.
too easy to expose that crease.
It absolutely is. And we're looking at a break point here. Coons and Scotty could go up 2 breaks with this.
Great serve by Brianna Shevitz.
That's big.
Why is that middle serve so important in the doubles match?
Cuts down on the angles that the returner can use to attack. You play it down the middle, especially if you're a serve and volleyer, which we haven't seen from this team yet. But you know, the ball mainly stays in the middle of the court at that point. There's so little that they can do with it without taking a big risk. But right now, I mean, Holden looks like he stepped up his intensity, his aggression a little bit here, and he's really going after some of these returns, and a little too hot to handle for Cole there.
Cole's made some uncharacteristically mistakes here in the last game or two. I'm sure we'll see him bounce back. Probably the most aggressive player on the court.
I would say so. I would say so, although I think Elizabeth's a close second.
Yeah. Big second serve here, add out.
And a great return.
Holden should be looking to move here. And there you go. Who's going to move first? Cole beats him to it.
Nice little exchange there at the net. But when you're that player who's on top of the net and you're getting every ball down to the other guy's ankles, you're going to win that, you know, 19 out of 20 times. Not even 9 out of 10.
So Brianna and Cole are fighting for their lives here. They've already held off 2 break points back to deuce. This would be a huge hold for them.
I wonder if she'll go back to his forehand again. Nope, went to the backhand.
Yep, good serve.
Big serve. It's a tough one. I think he was looking to the tee. It wasn't quite out wide, but it definitely caught him in the body. It goes back to the importance of the body serve in doubles. You have so little control over your return at that point.
Yeah, very smart. Let's see what happens here. I got a gut feeling Cole may be going on this serve.
I know I would.
Yep, big fake, and it pays off.
Oh, it did.
Yeah, good game to get out of that one.
Interesting play. Clarissa Hand calls Justin Carter off of an easy overhead to poke
hit
a
it
volley back in.
To Sanam Singh, who immediately hits a winning passing shot down the alley. Yeah, it's interesting to see how that one's going to start off, because Singh and Sora and Singh were cruising so easy there at the beginning, and then you know, they relax a little bit and let them back in the set before they close it off at 6-4. Justin Carter serving in the first game over there right now. I'm not sure. It's either add in or add out. And nope, not a break yet. Okay. They're still playing in the first game on court 2. So this is now we go from holding Elizabeth, almost put him away, to now a big game. Elizabeth Scotty going to have to hold here, or else the momentum will really have turned. There's that T serve again down the middle.
That's a big serve.
Love. Elizabeth Scotty, who's going into her sophomore year at University of North Carolina. She was one of the highest, most heavily sought after recruits last year.
Actually, I think she's going into the second half of her freshman year, now that I think about it.
Yeah.
She started early. Stepped onto the, a team that was already the best team in the country, and and she was one of the top 3 recruits in the entire country.
It was a world-class backhand by Elizabeth.
No one's getting that one back.
30 love.
Yeah, we think this game's important. I don't think Elizabeth's treating this like it's a business trip right now. It's.
You think she's been there before, huh?
I think so. I'm not seeing any pressure from her right now.
She's played several professional tournaments. Probably traveled the world, not just the country, playing tournaments. Big serve.
Yep, forces the error.
And that's where you get, Holden didn't do much, but he was a threat up there, and he forced Brianna to kind of take a shot, take a chance.
She had to try to make it better than it probably had to be, but
as opposed to Cole and Brianna, who both stand back, and there's no pressure to return then. I'd like to see Holden move and be a little more active up here.
Got 40 love. This is the time to do it.
Yep.
That is the time to do it.
There you go. Same
And
thing.
great hold at love.
Don't think we saw any second serves that game. All good first serves. Not just getting them in, but they were all well placed.
Absolutely.
Tough serves. So Gresh to try to hold again. 3-1, Scotty and Coons.
I think they actually had more trouble trying to return Brianna's serve than they did with Cole's serve initially. We'll see if he's feeling any of the pressure here, if he gets a high first serve percentage.
Wow. Court 2, Sanam Singh with the bullet down the tee for an ace. There you go. That's the play right there. They're okay still. Wow. I thought it was wide, but
I thought it
think
was
they
too.
saw the mark later. Yep.
Yeah. Just a little wide, but almost an unbelievable pickup by Scotty.
Talk about the difference making calls on clay, Phil, as opposed to a hard court.
Oh, that's easy. You have, you can Monday morning quarterback most of your calls,
Yeah. So I think they didn't. But you see that formation? It's crazy.
Yeah,
it was both on the same side of the court.
Mm-hmm. And then he comes up and plays the other side.
Boom.
Boom. Yep.
Yeah, so on clay, if you do not have to call it immediately, as Phil said, Monday morning quarterback, you can go check the mark. They didn't see that one, but then they could see the mark was out.
Yeah.
But that's the first time in my life I've ever seen that formation. Let's see if they do it next time on the ad side.
Yeah, that was interesting.
15 all, correct?
I believe so. Yeah.
Second serve.
Yeah.
Big second serve.
Fantastic second serve.
Yeah.
He just yanked Holden the whole way over to the middle of the court.
So let's take a look at this formation, see what they do here. Oh, okay. So the last time Cole served, they were both standing on the outside.
Yeah,
of the court,
she was standing to the right of him.
Yeah,
and then
I've never seen that before.
That's got to be in one of the textbooks somewhere. Oh, great hands by Cole Gresh at the net.
40-15.
This would be a big hold.
I tell you, Elizabeth doesn't make it easy though. Every one of those volleys, the ball's going over the net 2 or 3 inches. That's it. Cole has such good hands. He kind of made that one look easier than it was.
You almost have to be right on top of the net to return these shots. I mean, if you're standing, 5 feet back, that ball's down at your, your knees or lower. Makes it for a much tougher volley. Then you're hitting up.
Great return.
And again,
Wow.
here's the issue.
Yep.
No pressure from the serving
Yeah.
team.
So he just hits the ball deep and moves forward.
Hits it deep, straight into the middle of the court. There's, you don't even have a net player to avoid at that point. So you can pretty much hit any return. No pace, with pace, doesn't matter.
Why do you see so many players playing back today in doubles, Phil?
At certain levels, I think it has its benefits. I think, the Bryan brothers often did that on return games. Service games.
Yeah, you don't see it much on service.
No, that's not normal.
Holden's got to make a move here.
And there he goes, but too late.
Yeah.
Game for Gresham Shevitz. That's a big hold.
Court 2 looks like for Sora and Singer back on cruise control right now. I believe it's 3-0, but I'm not positive. I can't see the scorecards. Saw on the screen there, Eva for Sora get drawn wide on that serve by Clarissa Hand. She returned it into the net.
She's got a nasty little hook there.
Not a lot of pace, but...
No, but good placement.
Yeah.
Really pull you off the court if you're not looking to move forward. Yeah, Sanam Singh's, I think, one of the guys you don't want to hit that serve to, though. That'll...
Yeah, it's going to be... I haven't seen any weaknesses in his game. It's going to be interesting if...
No, he moves incredibly well. Hits a very big ball off both sides. And if he wants to, we saw it a little bit yesterday, if he wants to, he can really start to assert himself and, kind of take over the court. I mean, right now, I'll be honest, it kind of looks like he's just like out for a walk in the park.
Yeah, he's definitely the most accomplished player here on the male side.
Coons to serve.
That tee serve is so tough.
And great first serve. Yeah. Great first serve.
Yeah. That lefty serve down the tee in doubles, it's almost always going to set the net player up. See what he does here. Again, I think Cole returns so well, I'd go right into the body. That's what he tried to do. Yep.
And that's going long.
That's why you come to the net, right there.
Exactly.
Put some pressure on him, and so far, I think that's been the difference in this match. Would you agree, Phil?
I absolutely would. Coons and Scotty are doing a great job of, kind of asserting themselves at the net, being real aggressive and shortening the court.
Yeah.
And as a baseliner, Shevitz and Gresh, Cole's been extremely aggressive, but, Brianna's just kind of hanging out back there, and, eventually they just wear you down.
Yeah. And that's also, it's good, sir. It's also a big difference between playing, women's doubles in college and then playing mixed doubles. It's a whole different environment for the women.
You see a lot more serving and volleying. The court gets a lot shorter. The passing shots and the angles get a lot tougher. Not necessarily in the first set, but suddenly it's, Scotty and Coons are starting to hit their stride here a little bit, and they're both all over the net. And that's just where you have to be against a team like this. You have to go in and just, you can't give them an inch.
Good return.
Great volley and unbelievable passing shot.
Too good.
That's just a nasty shot.
Holden hit a decent transition volley, but just a better return by Cole. Again, that's going back to what we talked about earlier. It's a reason to keep that ball in the middle of the court, cut down on those angles.
Oh my. Clarissa Hand with a big forehand winner on the second court. Yeah, we saw that a few times yesterday.
Get in. Get late.
And there you have it. And there's the pressure.
Time and time again, we're seeing it. We preach it in our clinics, but the team that gets to the net is at a huge advantage. Even at this level, guys. Even at this level.
Yep. And I think a lot of it, we probably see a lot of players on the Pro Tour, both at the baseline because they like to shrink that middle of the court. The one up, one back, we talked about this earlier, it just kind of exposes you. And it just, it's a really tough situation to be in if you have somebody who's real active at the net and closing. Because all of a sudden, the middle of the court between those two players is huge. You could drive a couple of tractor trailers between the two players if they're one up, one back. Whereas two at the baseline makes sense, but the way that the Bryan brothers do it, they play two back, hit a big return, and then they're both at the net together. In this case, when they're playing two back, Cole's running up to the net, there's a huge gap between the players, and I don't know, it's advantage to Coons and Scotty because Elizabeth's ground strokes are they're too deep, too well angled, and it just sets Holden up at the net every single time, and they just get easy putaways time and time again.
Danger zone here again for Brianna and Cole.
Yep.
Too early.
Great
just
return.
Left a little too early.
Great
right
return.
idea, just gave him too much time. I think it would be a good time here to thank our entire staff at the Country Club of York for, again, putting on such a first-class event during this crazy, unique time period. So I'd like to give a shout-out to our general manager, Brian Danahy. We have a great team here at the club. Everyone chips in to make this event first class. Our golf pro and his staff, Kevin Bales. I could go down the list. Our clubhouse manager, Brian Reiger, the Greens and Grounds crew, our chef. I could keep talking and talking about what a great team we have here, but Phil, as a member, what makes the Country Club of York a special place?
Oh, the service, hands down. That's the best thing about this place. Great group here, real family atmosphere. Everybody is always so kind, remembers our name. We just, it's the little things that make this place special, and you guys do it really well. And I'd have to say, the other big thanks, Mark, is to you and your crew. Your assistants, Hunter Jones and Florina Ionescu, were all over the courts yesterday, making sure they were prepped between matches, and those two have been taking care of these courts, all season, and they are in beautiful shape.
Those guys are grinders. I mean, they're out here in 95-degree heat all day long. We got a lot of compliments yesterday about our courts. Sanam Singh was on the golf course Friday. He and his wife played golf at Stanford, and she couldn't stop talking about what great shape the golf course and practice range are in. And it's just, it's a whole team here at the Country Club of York just does a phenomenal job.
Absolutely.
5-2, 15 love, right, Phil?
I believe it's actually
4-3. 4-3. 4-3, 15 love, 30 love now.
Oh, Sanam Singh with a beautiful poach that, just kissed that volley right off the top of the net. Dropped on the other side for an easy winner. Most people call that luck, but when you're in the right place at the right time all the time, it's more about skill.
Yeah, he knows where to be. 30 love, big time forehand. Oh, thought she was going to sneak in.
Oh, but still smokes the forehand winner.
That's why she knows her game a little better than me.
Easy for us to stand up here, and we can talk traditional doubles all day, but this is mixed doubles. It's a little different. And I think Elizabeth's been reminding us of that this entire match.
40 love. I don't want to jinx them, but the last couple of service games, Elizabeth and Holden have kind of been on cruise control. Where Cole and Brianna have been grinding them out and barely holding on.
Well, and
double fault.
they're
See?
still just getting stuck behind that baseline a little bit too much, but
Oh, that was a let, so this is a second serve.
which is funny because, you know, when these guys are playing in their college season, they don't play lets.
Right, yes, that's correct.
All 4 of them. Great
Huge
hands.
return by Cole. Yeah.
It's tough. That's tough.
Probably needed a lob there because they were so tight. (40-15). Watching the 4 teams that are here, 3 of the 4 teams have the male returning on the ad side. The team of Coons and Scotty, the only one with the female return on the ad side.
And, you know, I thought this was always actually kind of a funny situation because, you know, most of the time when you play mixed doubles, yeah, the male is always on that ad side, but
Elizabeth's just so strong on that backhand return.
She does not miss a return.
Yeah.
I mean, her inside-out forehand,
Yep.
great angle, great pace, great depth, and her backhand is just almost unstoppable. You have to hit so many good serves to beat these 2.
I think this is a big point here because it was 40 love. They were cruising.
40-30.
Yeah, 40-30, and still only 4-3. Right inside the line.
Yep.
Oh my.
Good hands.
Yep.
Yep.
See what happens here. For the first time on match, Scotty and Coons are both back. Interesting. How's this going to play out?
Oh my.
Girls are not going to miss.
Coons is in.
That's a tough volley. Wow. This is the point of the match, and it's a big one. Wow.
Wow.
That was the point
Wow.
of the match. Yeah.
What a recovery from Coons and Scotty there.
That was such a big point.
That was absolutely huge.
I think
That might be match.
I think what happened, yeah, whoever changed the
scorecards
scorecards last time changed it wrong. I thought it was 5-2. They broke Brianna last match, so that is
the match.
Scorecards were
Wow.
wrong down there. Yep, that is the match. Notice how just because of our safety protocol, the players do not shake hands at the end. They tapped rackets. The other safety precautions we have, whoever serves first is the only player who touches the scorecards. At the conclusion of each match, we wipe down and sanitize the scorecards and the benches, and you'll see the players as soon as they leave the court. The players put on a mask, and everybody has been so gracious in following all the safety protocols. So that was, I don't want to say routine, Phil, but how'd you explain that match?
I would say that's about as close to routine as it gets.
Yeah.
I mean, definitely a few hairy moments here and there, and I'm not going to, you know, Gresh and Shevitz had their chances. But, boy, those chances went away fast. They dried up real quick.
I think after being down 2-1, Elizabeth and Holden win 11 of the next 13 games. So I guess that would be routine.
Yep.
Looks like right now, barring turn of events, it looks like they'll be facing the team of Eva Frisora, former #1 player at Harvard, and Sanam Singh, who we said, if you were with us a few minutes earlier, definitely the most accomplished player in this year's draw.
100K in prize money, top 200 in the world in doubles. And certainly showing it here.
Those of you watching at home, the finals will come on approximately 1 hour after the second match ends. So right now we're looking at probably sometime between 11:30 and noon, unless this one would turn around and go 3 sets. Thanks, man.
Thanks, brother. Appreciate it.
You gotta give you a fine.
No, it's okay. I just got paid off. All my returns was crap.
You guys gave him a run.
The thing is, if we would have broke once. Like the lady, I should have broke her. Like, I can't keep on return once.
Sure, that's good enough, yeah.
It's like that's slow.
Thanks,
All right, thank you. Thank you for the invite. Appreciate it. All right, John, have a good one, man. Take care.
We might not be turning the water on.
Can we move it? Mark, can we move it? What? We can move it on the stairs.
Yeah, we'll be okay.
Just double checking. Looks good.
We're gonna move this thing on the stairs to turn the water for like 3 minutes.
This whole thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
not looking at the phone.
Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you. Watch your step.
Ready?
Well, we want to bring it back about 6 more inches.
I don't mark.
That way the players have room to walk in front of them. That's good.
Is that good?
That's good.
Looks like it's centered. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to give you an extra can of balls in case like one gets hit on fences.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm okay with whatever. You want to play 6 balls?
That's whatever's easier for you. Whatever you think's better.
Typically we play 3.
Okay. Yep, whatever's better. They're both 10-4s. So.
Okay. You know what? Start off 4 and play.
What's that?
4 balls in play after you lose one. I hit
Is that
that.
2 extra? Yeah.
All right.
You really hardly ever lose one because that fence is so high.
Uh-huh.
But you never know.
So just bottom of steps, right?
Yeah. It's the real deal. Yeah. Little by little.
Yeah, it's true. I don't think there's any shirts in there left. Test, test.
not boring. It looks better when you do it that way. Driving around in circles is the fun one. Try everything for 10 minutes. 7 or 8, yeah. Freshman at high school, sophomore, junior, senior, freshman, sophomore, junior. Yeah. going fast. I know. Sorry about the cramped quarters here.
down here taking some photos.
All right.
So I'm just going to put this over here. If at some point she wants to sit over here.
Okay.
Senior consultant for market development. Oh, okay. Well, that's just easier. All right, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, they'll give you a microphone here and you can start rolling.
I presume that she's going to be taking photos from somewhere around the house.
Looks like I can zoom in. It might be best to stand out that middle line because then this camera will pick you up very clearly.
Yeah, she's a tennis player. Cool.
Not that he's any title for John. He's a king and he doesn't want to be known that way.
Okay,
But,
gotcha.
we can go out in the middle of the
Thank you
court
for
or
everything.
Happy to do
Thank
it.
you for everything.
This is Mark Cooper.
Yeah.
From last year, same guy.
We're waiting for Sanam and then we can go.
Okay.
I'm going to thank a couple people here at the beginning, do some introductions. I'll introduce you.
Okay.
Hand the mic over to you, and then we're going to let our official.
Basically what,
Out there so this
after
camera-
you gentlemen are finished,
Sure. Good.
I'm going to do a coin toss and get the warm-up started. And then after they proceed and do their warm-up a bit, I'll introduce the players.
Perfect. Thanks for being here. We appreciate it.
Sure. Yeah, my pleasure.
Good. Good.
I love doing this.
That's good. Well, we hope to keep providing you that opportunity.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mike.
Check, check. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the finals of our 6th annual Mixed Doubles Charity Classic. I'd like to take just a few seconds here at the beginning to thank a couple people. First of all, I'd like to thank our entire staff here at the club, led by our general manager, Brian Danahy. We have an unbelievable team here at the club. And I'm sure those our members won't be shocked to know that the golf shop was involved in helping us, our greens and grounds, and just an incredible team effort by everybody. I'd like to thank my staff, Hunter Jones and Florin Ionescu, who have been grinding for the last couple weeks to make sure the courts are in beautiful shape. We need to thank our tennis chairman, Mark Wheeler, and our staff. Our chairman's becoming more involved in our tournament, and he's been very active and very helpful in many ways. Our Charity Classic Committee, for all their efforts. Too many people to name, but from taking pictures, social media, our live stream, and most importantly, our fundraising. I'm not going to name everyone, but most of you know who they are because you've probably gotten a phone call or an email asking to donate money. So they've done a great job. And I would like to recognize Mike Groff, who's the head of that committee. Mike's the driver of this bus, so thanks to Mr. Groff for everything. Most importantly, over the last couple years, as our event has evolved and we've chosen the York Opioid Collaborative as our charity to sponsor, this tournament has made a difference in the lives of many people in our community, and we'd like to thank all our members for sponsoring, and specifically the members who donated to get their banners up here. And I'd like to turn it over for a couple seconds to our tournament sponsor. Mr. John Hickey is here to represent UPMC today, so let's thank him for his sponsorship.
Thanks. We're very happy to be here. Obviously, the work that the Opioid Collaborative is doing is very important in the healthcare space. We've been talking with Mike and with Brittany and the folks from the collaborative about just how the pandemic has exacerbated some of the issues that have gone on with folks in substance abuse and opioid use disorder. So we're very happy to be, as the healthcare provider and health plan here in this county, very happy to be affiliated with this tournament, and really happy that it was able to go on and that we've been blessed with great weather and everyone's social distancing. We really appreciate that, obviously, as healthcare providers. So thanks everybody for being here. We're happy to help.
Thank you once again, UPMC. They've been very generous to our tournament over the last couple of years. I'm going to turn it over to our referee this afternoon, Mr. Russ Morgan.
congratulations on earning a spot in the final. We'll have 4 balls in play today. You guys, as the whole tournament long, you'll be responsible for your line calls. If there's a question, I'll come down out of the chair and check the mark. Any questions for me? Okay. And that is heads. That is tails. Your call, please.
Heads.
Call is heads. It is heads.
Receive.
You want to switch?
May I get a photo before we
Yep.
get started? Guys, can I get a photo of you guys together?
Right here?
That's fine, yeah, just closer to our part of the work. Okay, one more quick. Sorry. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
5-minute warm-up.
And I'll go out once we have a special match. I'll take them up.
Watch your feet behind you.
Sorry.
One more, here we go.
Three minutes.
Come up.
Two minutes.
Some more.
Hello guys, everyone watching out there. We're about 2 minutes away from starting our final. The nearest side of the court, we have Elizabeth Scotty from Charleston, South Carolina. She's currently a rising second semester freshman at University of North Carolina. And then we have the local Yorker, Holden Coons, who's going into his second year at James Madison. And on the far side, we have Eva Frisora, who currently lives in Philadelphia. She's the former #1 player at Harvard. And we have her partner, Sanam Singh, who is the current assistant coach at Harvard for Harvard's men's team. He's the former professional. Phil, give us a little background on Sanam's pedigree.
Well, he was #2 for University of Virginia in college. He played behind Somdev Devarman, who I believe stopped John Isner in the national championships 3 years in a row. At the time, I believe Somdev and Sanam were the top 2 ranked singles players in the country, and they were both on the same team. So he's really something, and I believe he went on to be top 200 in the world in doubles, with over $100,000 won in prize money as well. So it's very likely that he's probably close to the best player that we've ever had at this tournament.
I agree.
With the exception of Nathan Healy, probably. Those guys are probably in the same classes in terms of talent.
Yeah, as far as male players, I think they're the 2 strongest to ever participate in this tournament. We'd like to start off at the beginning. I'm not sure if you were able to hear the announcements, but we would like to thank all our sponsors. As the match goes on, you'll see the banners hanging on the fence, and our community here in York, specifically our members at our club, have been incredibly generous to support our cause of fighting opioid awareness in York County. So it's a pretty cool thing that our club's able to do for our community.
And especially this year.
Yep.
With everything that we've had going on, we feel very blessed that we were able to still hold the tournament safely.
Yeah, kudos to the entire staff at the Country Club of York for pulling off an event of this magnitude during this crazy COVID crisis that we're going through. But the players have been very diligent in following our safety protocols here, and just great that we're able to hold the tournament under these conditions. I'm not sure who won the toss.
I didn't know. I don't know either.
I'm not sure
I do not know.
The toss to serve.
We'll have to wait and find out now. Looks like the warm-up has concluded, and we'll have first serve here in the next minute or so.
We also have a local Yorker, Russ Morgan, who's a tennis player. Those who play at Phil's Club, Wisehaven Tennis Center, you'll see Russ playing over there a couple times a week, but he's a certified official, and it's nice to have a Yorker also in our officials chair.
And a very accomplished official at that. Russ has a long history of officiating for high-level college matches and even a lot of pro circuit events as well. So it's great to have him on the chair. Russ is, we'll see Russ at the club at least twice a week. He's got a wicked forehand, wicked overhead. Makes you think twice about staying inside the baseline to return from him.
Looks like Holden and Elizabeth have won the toss. So Holden will be serving first.
All right.
Holden's in his all-white James Madison gear, and Elizabeth is wearing her North Carolina colors. So the 2 young guns against 2 accomplished professionals.
Oh my.
Sanam Singh's backhand, I think, is probably the strongest shot in the tournament from what I've seen.
He has been able to hit it time and again pretty much anywhere he wants it to. I've seen him take it down the line. I've seen him take it cross court. Beautiful angles and just a ton of pace and spin. That is an unbelievable return as well. He looks like he's dialed in early.
Holden's going to have to get a little more action on that serve. Almost looked like a second serve.
Yeah, I think what he's trying to do is avoid what happened last match where he had a low first serve percentage.
The problem with It's a big return. The problem with the pressure that Sanam puts on you, it's almost like you have to win every point on the deuce side.
Yes.
Because it's so hard to win points serving to him.
Yes, and the youngsters look a little slow out of the
Yep.
gate here to start this match.
Yeah, playing on their heels a little bit.
Yep. Butterfly on the court, I think.
Love 40 early on here.
Yep.
Holden goes a little bigger that time.
I think he's going to have to consistently.
Missed it.
Just
Yep.
missed it. And early break at love. I think we're going to...
So this is probably, if my memory is correct, this might be the first time in the last 2 years that these two are down in a match.
That, I believe you're correct.
Yeah, because they won last year without losing a set, and they have not been down all year this year. So this will be interesting to see how they
respond.
Yeah.
They, yeah, I don't believe they've been down a break even.
I think with Holden drilling that ball down the line at Eva, I think you're going to be seeing both of them do that a lot. I think Sanam is so strong that they're going to try to attack her at times that you normally would not do in a doubles match.
I'd have to agree with that, and I feel like that's probably their best course of action, especially if he decides to, you know, start to step up the intensity. I think as the tournament has kind of gone along, the first few rounds he looked like he was almost on cruise control, but now I think we might see some flash as he double faults, of course, as I'm saying that.
Those recreational players at home, watch Sanam's leg drive on this serve. He's got about as powerful as a leg drive as I've seen, and he really pushes off the ground and uses that ground force. Pretty impressive for a little guy. He's not very big.
And he gets a ton of pop on his serve for a guy of his frame. And a big second serve.
Yeah, a little slow.
Big second serve.
It's half step behind.
You have to think maybe, you know, Holden and Elizabeth got off the court so much sooner, almost 30 minutes probably, maybe more.
Yep.
They've been sitting for a little bit longer than Sanam and Eva have, so I think that might play into how this match begins. That's just
nasty.
that's a nasty angle.
Nasty.
Well, that's the way to respond. You start a game with a double fault, and then you follow it with, you know, super strong second serve, and then just a, you know, big forehand winner there.
We'll see if, as the match goes on, if they catch on to that serve and their timing's a little better, because right now they look a half step behind, both of them.
Yep.
You got to go to Eva here. Yep.
Yep. And again. That's good hands at the net from Eva. That was not an easy ball to handle. That looked like Elizabeth got that down under the net level pretty quickly.
I think as the match moves forward, that's the tactic we'll see, that the college kids are going to go after Eva at the net and see how she responds.
Yep. Oh my.
And that backhand is nasty.
It is. I don't know. That doesn't touch the net.
Yeah.
Still a winner.
I mean, we played 2 games, and Elizabeth and Holden have won 1 point, the double fault that Sanam missed. That's the only point they won so far. Pretty one-sided here early on.
I don't know if we'd have to say that, you know, obviously they you know, want to win this game. I don't know if they necessarily need to, but they've got to right the ship here at some point. And getting a little bit of scoreboard pressure on the other two.
Yeah, they got to get on. I think they got to get on the board here.
Sends the message that they're not going to go away.
Yeah.
So they've got to play a good game here.
Again, he's not ready. Another half step behind.
Big return from Eva there. Boy, she is early. She's just teeing off. I don't think either of them are being aggressive enough with. They're not making big serves. Then they're sitting back and they get stuck in a second serve situation, and really stresses the importance of the first serve percentage in a doubles match.
Now once again serving to Sanam at love 15.
Exactly.
Backs against the wall.
That's like staring down the barrel of a gun, especially if he hits a backhand here. Wow. Just an absolute dagger. Good night.
If you're counting at home, if we were scoring by points, it would be 10-1 right now. Singh and Frisora have won every point except for a double fault by Sanam, so very one-sided out of the gate. Good first serve. Oh, missed it.
A little deep. Double fault?
Yep. Nice thing about playing on hard true, Phil, is like that first ball, Holden's standing right there and he can just look at the mark, and obviously it must have been out because there was no comment
right.
on that team.
Absolutely. The playing on hard true has such an advantage in terms of being able to reinforce line calls. There should almost never be a question, except we've seen. There's a great move by Holden.
They got to do that
great
a lot
move.
more. They got to keep him off balance a little bit.
They do.
He's
they
way
do.
too comfortable right now. Way too comfortable.
Yeah, a few times we'll see at the higher levels, if there's a little gamesmanship going on, we might get a bad call and then they question it. The team that called the ball out will start to point to the wrong mark occasionally, so there's that disadvantage. But for the most part, it doesn't usually come up.
Big serve by Elizabeth.
Back to 30-40 here.
30-40.
Now this would be a heck of a save if they could dig this out.
See if she can serve that ball down the tee, because Sanam's backhand is so powerful. My guess is that's going to be the play here.
Right to the body.
Yeah.
I don't know. He's such a strong mover. I don't know if the body serve is really the best play here. And he made it.
Winner down the
Another
line.
winner down the line.
3-0.
Big ball.
Right now the match is being dominated by Sanam Singh. He's not even letting him get in the point.
With Frisora to serve here, and honestly, she definitely has one of the nicer serves, of the women in the tournament. I'll be honest.
Yep.
Very smooth motion, gets a lot of easy power. Great placement though, phenomenal placement. So let's see if she can kind of carry over that serving excellence that she's had in the last few matches. If you're Coons and Scotty, you want to try to pounce on this though. They're going to have to start making something happen here.
And in the first 3 games, they've had 1 good point.
Yes.
That's it. They're going to have to bring a lot more energy.
Yeah, a little sluggish out of the gate. I think one of the things going forward that they're going to have to try to do is you're just going to have to see a higher first serve percentage, and but also they're going to have to be more aggressive too.
Yeah.
They've got to move more, because if you're going to let Singh and Frisora stand back at the baseline and just keep slinging returns, and that net player is not going to move, they're going to be in trouble.
You can't let them continue to dictate the way that they have. And of course, with Eva serving, it takes a lot less pressure on her serving up 3-0.
Yep. And there's a great return by Coons. Big ball. I think that might have skidded off the single sideline over there. Had some good action on it, good depth. Now I know these two kids, they're competitors. I think we're probably about to see them step it up a level here, if they can get this pressure off their shoulders.
Right in the corner.
Yeah, and that's a big return.
Bullet by Elizabeth. I mean, you're not going to see him miss a lot of volleys, so that shows what a quality return that was.
Love 30 early here. This is their first real opportunity. And second serve. Let's see if Holden steps into the court a little bit here.
Struggling a little bit here. And watch Sanam here. He's going to be very active during Eva's serve.
Great play by Elizabeth. That's a nice volley. Just taking all the reaction time away from Sanam there. Love 40 here.
Really the first game, it seems like Holden and Elizabeth haven't been playing off their heels and allowing Sanam and Eva to dictate. This is the first game they've kind of come out swinging, being a little more aggressive. Should have been closer. Oh my, look at this point.
The shank.
Yep.
Yep.
Holden pretty lethargic going back for that ball.
I have to say the older, the more seasoned pair definitely has more of a spring in their step right now.
Yep.
Because those two just tracked those balls down like they were out for a walk in the park. That looked pretty routine. I think Eva even laid out for that one on the ground.
Every other team, I would think almost every other team in this tournament, they win that point.
Yep.
And they're gonna have to, they're gonna have to be used to hitting an extra balls during these points because they're.
Or 2 or 3.
Yeah, the competition's much stronger in this match than what they faced earlier.
Another second serve opportunity here. Let's see if Holden steps in. Still double break point.
Again, keep your eye on Sanam. He's going to be moving all over the place.
There he goes.
Holden's, he's got to find a way to be a lot more aggressive.
Yeah, that was a little bit, he kind of treated that like it was an everyday kind of like rally ball there. There wasn't a lot of angle on it.
No angle, no pace.
No,
didn't
just
take
kind of
time
sat up in the air for him.
Yeah. Big point early in the match, 30-40.
Deuce.
You know that 40 love point with the lob. You know, a lot of again, our club players are like, well, what's the big deal with 40 love? But you can see what the big deal was. They gave him life. Now we're back at deuce. The game should have been over.
Now there's Holden with a big aggressive return there.
And he has to keep Sanam honest over there. He can't allow him to move in the middle of the net all the time.
Absolutely.
Missed it.
Yep. Second serve here.
Opportunity with the second serve. Let's see what, again, keep your eye on Sanam. See what happens.
And an easy missed return.
Yeah.
It's almost like she expected him to move, and he just never did.
They're not sure where he's going to be right now, and it's making an impact.
No, but I will say this: that guy is a world-class mover.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's got some wheels.
The most important thing for the double players watching at home, when you're at the net, you don't want to be predictable. You want to be in their heads so they don't know what you're going to do.
Yep.
Missed it again. Now Holden ripped one down the line last time. Let's see what he does and what Sanam does. A lot of tactical decisions.
Yep, big ball. Now he's starting to keep him honest a little bit.
You're watching at home. Why did Sanam do that? Well, he realizes that he has to help Eva out in that rally. She cannot rally with Holden from the baseline, so Sanam has to take some chances.
Yep.
And that's why it wasn't the strongest ball to move on, but he knows he has.
He's got to take some risks, and you know, just being able to hold her serve once would be a death blow in this set to the other team, honestly.
Big return. Yeah, I thought it was out from here. Yeah. Another example on hard courts. on hard courts, you couldn't do that. But after Elizabeth hit the ball, she checked the mark, and she could see that the mark was out.
Yep. Which is totally legal, as long as it's made in a timely fashion.
So this, in my opinion, Phil, this is the game that decides the set. If they lose this one, it's over. Holden has to hold.
They're going to have to. I totally agree with you there.
Big kick serve. That was unreturnable.
The crowd's coming alive a little bit
what?
here.
There's a let.
Let. For serve.
Yeah, that angle was unreturnable. Now let's see if he goes down the tee. Oh, same serve.
I think he really wanted that one.
Eva set that up with a nice return. There wasn't much Elizabeth could do with the volley.
And even still, I hope everybody was paying attention to the footwork that Sanam just displayed on hitting that shot off his back foot. I mean, backtracking, wheeling to his left, and then changing directions on that ball coming back to the other side. I mean, that was pretty impressive.
I mean, so far you got to give Eva a lot of credit. She's more than holding her own on her return games. I don't think Holden has won a game or a point against her yet.
I don't know if she's really even missed a return.
Yeah. Now here we go, second serve to Sanam. They're in trouble again.
Now we're seeing a bigger ball from Holden.
First miss, he's burned him down the line 2 or 3 times. That was his first miss, but you're right, it was a much heavier ball.
Much heavier, much deeper. I mean, that was right up into his body too. He got jammed up there pretty good. And we're gonna see if Holden keeps trying to hit that lefty kick at her.
I'd like to see flat right at her. Flat serve. Okay, down the tee. Another good return.
Oh, he almost still made that. I mean, but great point by Coons and Scotty there.
Got to get more aggressive. Got to keep the heat on them.
And so that's the other thing. I hope for our recreational players at home, we saw Elizabeth poach, we saw Holden move over and cover. It looks to me as if that was and so that's the ability when you plan that out ahead of time. You're not really losing much if your partner is there to cover you on that poach.
Yeah, you'll see a lot of times they'll talk here in between points, and if they don't get a chance to talk, they'll give signals. There she's giving them a signal behind the back, where to serve, and then what she's doing. So she wants to serve down the middle. I'm not sure what the signal she gave.
Probably the rock. I think she's going to stay. And great kick serve by Holden there. That was wicked. I mean, that hit, and that was probably about 2 feet above Eva's head there. So they've got a chance to hold here, kind of put themselves back into the set.
Again, they got to try some different stuff with Sanam. Elizabeth has to be maybe a little more active than she normally is. And I think she needs to be ready here also.
Yes.
He likes to rip the ball down the line. Yeah. Deep return.
Yep.
And jumps up on it. Back to deuce.
On a point like that, that would be the one that Elizabeth probably, you can go for it because they're trying to get themselves back into this game to give themselves another shot.
Yeah.
He's not going to take an unnecessary risk to get them out of a deuce situation, especially in Holden's serve. So I think he was thinking cross court all the way on that return. I'm not sure he would have switched it up if she would have moved or not.
That's a
great put away volley.
Tough serve. Why, Phil? Why is that middle serve and double so successful, serving down the tee on both sides?
The angles that it cuts off, for the returner, you end up with the player at the net in between, taking away the line, taking away the middle, and then you have the player coming in, the server coming in and crashing, taking away the middle, and you're left with a very tiny sliver of the court to be able to hit a return into. And from the middle of the court, you just can't do it.
Interesting that Holden's staying back. Oh, here it comes. Yeah, struggling to
So
get
he
in.
lost his footing there a little bit.
Back to deuce here. This is a big point in this first set.
Yeah, this is almost more important than the ad point.
This is kind of how I expected the games to go, that they're winning most of the time against Eva on hold and serve, but they're struggling to get that ad point. That's a good mix.
Really nice big flat serve out wide there from Coons.
So now he's going to have her guessing what's coming, the slice down the tee, the flat serve, the kick. Even if he misses that, I think that was a good play to mix it in. I think he needs to try something. I think he needs to go flat to the body here.
I would think so.
If
He's
he
got to bring him
misses it.
something he hasn't seen yet.
Yeah.
Because oh man, that was a
Pretty good
big serve and better return.
Pretty good serve, guys. Just turned just too good.
Boy, I'm really impressed with Sanam Singh here early. He looks
I think
way
we got
sharper.
maybe 4 or 5 consecutive points where they win the deuce. Holden and Elizabeth win the deuce point and lost the ad.
Here's the opening that Singh and Frisor have been waiting for. Second serve. Good kick.
Unbelievable.
Can't believe he just got that back.
Fence it.
Fence it.
There you go.
Almost.
At the Country Club of York, Phil, what's your estimate for how high that fence is back there?
I'd say it's very close to 20 feet, if not completely 20
Probably the
feet.
highest tennis fence in the state of Pennsylvania. I'm going to go out on a limb right now.
It's got to be. Well, you know, if we end up with a ball over that fence, we're never going to see it again either. That's the other thing.
See if another try on the ad side. Goes wide.
There we go. He's
Good
in
volley.
now. Another good volley. And an unbelievable passing shot.
No lob so far. So I think Holden and Elizabeth have to understand they need to cut down those angles and get
If
closer.
the closer they are, the more real estate they cut off from Sanam's passing shots.
I think the lob will come. And also for Holden, he's got to understand that first volley, keep it away from Sanam.
Yes.
Good.
Wow.
So again, it looked like Elizabeth is able to put that away, but it's not a normal match. Instead of trying to put that away, I go right back at her.
Absolutely.
I hit it back to Eva.
Absolutely. You have to. He gets his racket on absolutely everything over there. Winners on normal players are not winners on
He's in the
Sanam
zone
Singh.
right now. Let's see what first ad out after several deuces. Big serve.
Great return. It goes at Eva for
Keep going at her. Yeah, should keep going at her. They
That's a
got
good
lucky.
move. I think that would be more effective right now is if they get into the net, if they take the pace off, and when they're playing Sanam, you give this guy pace, he's going to eat it up. He's not going to win that way. I think they need to get in, start leaving some balls shorter in the court with no pace, try to make him hit up from his shoes.
He's the dominant player as of now. Holden keeps going to that kick.
And, as this match progresses, you're going to start to see him. If he doesn't start, finding a rhythm here soon, he's going to get more and more desperate with his serving locations. Great kick, great finish.
Elizabeth did a nice job on that one. When the serve kicked up, she went right to the net. She got really close to the net. It kind of gave her some options.
And for the players at home following, when you get into that situation, if you see a big kick serve like that, that player gets drawn out wide, there's only really one place that they can put that ball back in play, and that's high down the line. So you have to be sitting on that shot in most cases. Otherwise, you're just going to see a lob. Those are really the only two ways that they're going to get that ball back in play.
She's
Golden
thinking now,
opportunity.
right idea.
Golden opportunity.
She's thinking. What do you think, Phil? Six deuce maybe?
At least.
Yeah.
At least.
There's one break
Maybe
point
more.
against them. I think Holden and Elizabeth have had like maybe 5 or 6 game points on Holden's serve, and Sanam comes up with the goods on every one of them.
Except for that one,
Down the line,
one
yeah.
break point. Yep. Let's see if he goes with the kick wide again.
That's his most comfortable serve.
Wow.
And I think what's happened, I think they're starting to become more comfortable. That's Holden's comfort zone, but I think he's got to mix it up.
I think you're right. It's that one was a little safe.
Yep.
I don't think he was being as aggressive as he has been. Now let's see if they take the pace off here and maybe try to disrupt his rhythm, because I mean he's
got to try something different.
He's eating the pace up on every single one of these returns. I mean he's missed maybe one ball this whole game.
Got to try something different.
There's a good hold. There's a good hold.
Guys, we're gonna turn it over here for a couple minutes to the man who may be York County's biggest tennis fan. Most of the tennis players in York know him. This is Mr. John Davis, who's one of our sponsors from Penn State Management, and he's going to talk a little bit about a program that he's very passionate about.
What a great event we have here in York County. Phil and Mark and Mike Groft have put on. It's a great thing for the community, and they've been doing it. How many years have you been doing it now, Phil?
Well, this is 6 years for the tournament, but I believe we've been benefiting the Opioid Collaborative for 4 of them, and it's just kind of grown. I mean, it's kind of taken on a life of its own. It's a real beast in a good way. It just keeps growing.
I'm sure that they've already mentioned that they've raised close to $80,000, I think it is.
I believe around 85, actually. Yeah,
which is amazing for a small community like this, and it's just such a tremendous plus for the community. The program that's kind of close to my heart is Tennis for Kids, which has been in existence, I'm going to say, probably 35, 40 years. It was started by a gentleman by the name of Hank Murgis, who's a good friend of mine, who was actually the editor for the York Daily newspaper for many, many years. And he really started it as much as anything else, not because of tennis, but he wanted to give the inner city kids an opportunity during the summer to develop a skill and to get more involved with the whole community. And he's certainly done that, but it's grown to be much more than that. It's 1,600 kids now. Unfortunately, this summer we had to cancel it. But it's still very, very much alive and well, and we've got over 100 instructors. Phil has been very involved in it. Mark has been involved in it over the years. So it's been a community thing, just like this event is. But at the end of the day, it's great to watch great players like this, and they're certainly an inspiration to us all. But the big deal is that it encourages a lot of the young kids that get an opportunity to see this play. You want me to back here?
Thanks so much for sitting with us, John. Really appreciate those kind words. John's given us a little bit of background on the Tennis for Kids program in York County, and just a little bit of side information for you. I'm 31 years old. I actually started playing tennis with the program when I was 7. That's how I got my start. So have a lot of success stories out of that program, and it's just done a great job of building a love for tennis in our community here. 30-15?
30-15.
30-15.
Yeah, that first point, there's another one. Okay.
Yeah, they've got to start going at Forsora.
They got to get her more involved because Sanam is just dominating.
If he gets to the net, if he gets, at the baseline, I don't think it really matters where he's going to be at. But
right now, Eva is more than holding her own. I mean, she's playing very solid.
Yes, and Coons and Scotty certainly have their hands full this year. And that's what you want. That's what you have to do in that situation. There's no reason that you can go back cross court at Sanam Singh there. It doesn't matter how good the angle is. Yep. He will get to it.
Holden is the one who has to step up. So both points they won this game, it was Holden kind of targeting Eva, just ripping balls at her, and I think that's their only shot they have.
And I think their last match, and that's a beautiful backhand down the line for a hold. The last match, I think Elizabeth was more of the aggressor of the two.
Yep.
And I think, Holden's really going to have to step it up here if they want to continue their successful run at this tournament.
I agree 100%. see how Elizabeth fares on her serve. 2 serving 4. Big T serve.
And put it away. Yep. Good night. And those are the kind of points that you really want when you're playing these two. The more free points that you can get, the better.
It's just so much pressure that they have to almost win every serve on that deuce side.
Absolutely.
See if they can get up. They really haven't had an easy game at all.
No, and you know, the first point was really set up by the fact that Elizabeth hit a great first serve.
Yep.
They've got to do more of that.
Great second serve, but better return.
And
Holden, you can't let that bounce. Yep. Right on the line.
Wow.
Right on the line.
But great point. And we're just gonna, you know, the fact that they finally won a point against Sanam Singh on the return, you know, Elizabeth had to hit an unbelievable shot from her ankles behind her, I think.
Yeah. That skidded
off the line.
Singles line, yeah.
And then Holden still, you know, had to deflect a 100-mile-per-hour backhand for a winner.
Holden let him back in that point.
Oh,
that was
beautiful
a big serve.
Beautiful serve.
Let's replay that previous point, Phil. Why does Holden not want to let that ball bounce like he did?
Well, it just gives your opponents too much time to react to it. It gets them set. It lets them relax a little bit, and they just have more time to react to your shot. You know, we talk about guys like you know, like Andre Agassi and Roger Federer, why they were so successful in their careers. Everybody, you know, at this point in time, everybody's heard that phrase "on the rise." You know, and them taking that ball early just takes reaction time away from their opponent, and that's why they were so successful.
Guys, we're going to take a couple minutes here to turn the microphone over to our tournament sponsor. Again, UPMC has been so generous to us over the last couple years, and they're a great part of our success of this tournament. And we're going to allow Mr. John Hickey from UPMC to say a few words.
Thanks. We appreciate the opportunity. We're just happy to be here once again for this tournament, the cause that it supports, the Opioid Collaborative, and you know, we see when we fail as a society to handle the opioid issues in urban areas, particularly like York, Harrisburg, Lancaster, where we do business here at UPMC Pinnacle side of the house, and we obviously we deal with the downstream fallout from that, and as a health plan integrated finance and delivery system, our interest is in improving public health here in York County and throughout central Pennsylvania with our 7 hospitals. So we're really happy to be here, glad for the great weather and the amazing tennis that we're all getting to watch today. So thanks again for having us.
John, thank you so much for coming. (4-3) for Sora to serve.
Biggest game of the set, Phil, do you think?
You know, it has to be. I think they have to break her here because I don't think they're going to make any inroads on Singh's serve. It's just not going to happen for them, and that's a big first point there. They came out a little sluggish. They were a little under the gun. We're starting to see, you know, Holden and Elizabeth pick it up here, but you know, will it be enough?
Let's serve. Once again, guys, UPMC, along with all our generous sponsors, you see the banners at home hanging behind the fence, and everyone in our community has been just incredibly generous to support this great cause. I know we have Dr. Matt Howie here. He's probably going to speak at some point, but Dr. Howie is the head of the York County Opioid Collaborative, and it's just great that everyone's so generous to support this cause to impact lives in York County.
Yeah, I believe Matt's going to come on and give us a lot of insight about, you know, how the dollars are spent to help combat this this epidemic in our area and actually, you know, across the entire United States, really.
15-all, big point here.
Mm-hmm. And a beautiful return.
They gotta find. I think Holden Elizabeth have to find a way to attack her with pace.
They do.
Yeah.
I think if they can really step inside the baseline, again, as I was discussing earlier, taking that ball early, and it'll do two things. One, it neutralizes Sanam at the net, which is most important.
Look for him to move here, by the way. Let's see what happens. There it goes.
And a great return. Elizabeth might have had 1 inch of net clearance on that return.
A bullet about 1 inch over the net. That's what you need to do to make him miss.
She's done it twice now.
So that was big. This is as much as they've been on their heels, they have a chance to even the match here.
Yes, they do.
Let's see what Eva comes up with. Sanam's going to be all over the place on this serve.
Oh, we're on a second serve, though. Let's see. Holden's got to step up and be aggressive here if he wants to get this break.
He was going to go.
Oh. Elizabeth should have been there. That was a ball that she should have taken.
She knows it, yeah.
Holden hit a great return there. Pulled Eva out wide. Nothing else she was going to be able to do.
Matt, what do you think, Phil? It's a split second to make that decision to go over and cross?
You almost have to make the decision as soon as you see them reacting to the ball.
Before your
absolutely.
opponent hits it.
Because if you're making that decision when they're hitting it, it's too late.
Still break point here. Let's see what Sanam does. Get it.
A little deep. We're looking at a second serve again.
Bullet return by Elizabeth, but
and he missed it. Boy.
Wow. Sanam's not sure what happened.
That ball, I think, hit the bottom of his racket and went straight down into the court.
I think, for the recreational players out there, there's a world-class player who probably took his eye off the ball is what happened.
Absolutely, because I'll tell you this, you're never going to find him in the wrong position.
Yeah.
And he was in the exact right position there.
Yeah, just like we talked about earlier, Holden Elizabeth break, can they consolidate that break and take their first lead here? Let's see. I like that Holden served down the tee on that one.
Yeah, that's a great slider too. He's got a lot of action on that ball, and as his coach for a long time, I think that you can probably give us some insight there on how many hours he spent trying to craft that into a weapon.
Strangely enough, most lefties love that ad side wide serve, and it's weird that Holden has always liked the tee down the deuce better, and that's been his most successful one. Another big one.
Yep.
15-all.
Sanam Singh, that first volley has got to go at Eva. And then they have to close at her.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Exactly.
That
Unless you
first
can really
volley.
attack that first volley, he's got to send it at Eva.
They have to do it.
He hasn't really gone with a slider in her body here, which I think would be effective. He's gone with a kick and then a tee, so let's see.
First serve. I would love to see him hit a wide slice that comes right back into her. We call that a backdoor slider. A little bit of a baseball term for the tennis court, but
it's 15-all, but this is a huge point because Sanam's returning next. Goes with the big kick and he missed it.
First serve, okay. And then
referee Russ Morgan confirms the call. 15-all, second serve.
Oh, beautiful second serve. Beautiful.
There's a point. She knew it's coming, and it's still just too much. The ball just bounces too high. Yeah.
Sometimes, about 5% of the time, your opponent's going to hit a shot that's just too good, regardless of whether you know it's coming or not.
That's a serve the women just don't see either, unless they're playing against men.
Yep.
30-15.
The other 5% of the time, you're going to hit a shot that they're not going to be able to do anything about. And the other 90%, it's up for grabs.
Oh, I think she saved him there. Wow.
Oh, Holden, great pickup. Beautiful point by those two.
Holden did a great job of staying down on that last ball at the baseline. He has a tendency to jump up.
Yeah,
he did
great.
A great job of staying down to the shot.
Great pickup off his back foot and just changing direction on it. Beautiful.
What do you think of Sanam's quickness, Phil?
He's got to be one of the fastest players I've ever seen.
He's a world-class athlete, not just a world-class tennis player.
I would love to watch the guy play singles. I wouldn't want to be on the court with him, but I would love to watch him play singles.
There we go.
And there's a big hold.
First time they tried to lob. I think Elizabeth and Holden need to keep moving forward. They haven't been lobbed over yet.
I agree with that 100%. I don't think, and they need to attack for Sora more if they want to.
They still haven't attacked her as much as I think they should be. Yeah.
No, and if you're Eva and you're Sanam, you have to think there's you just want to get more situations where Sanam gets a good look at a ball, and it doesn't matter where he is on the court because it's clearly evident that he is dangerous from everywhere.
First 4 games, he was so dominant.
He was,
and I think Elizabeth and Holden have stepped up their game. That they've been a little more aggressive.
Yes, and I think the old saying looks like they were moving in molasses those first few games. They were a little sluggish.
Let's see if they can make him work here. He's been holding pretty easily the first 2 times. Let's see if they can at least make him work a little bit. I wonder if they return at Eva at all here.
Well, I think they have to, and I think the big thing here is does the pressure of the situation affect Sanam's service game at all? Now that there's scoreboard pressure, Holden and Elizabeth did not go away. They were on the cusp of being swept away that first set, and they just fought back, and here we are, and they're up 5-4.
Good serve.
And great finish.
Good start.
Yep. And that from looking at it from up here, it just seems like he pockets that ball so well on his serve, you just don't know where it's going.
He can definitely hit the corners and put it basically wherever he wants it.
And it seems everything appears to be on the same toss every time. So you just don't know. See what I mean?
Right down the tee. Oh, that was close, but I think
it was very close. I think it was right on the line. Yep.
Eva did a nice job there of closing.
As I often tell my students, it doesn't matter what it looks like. It matters how effective it is.
Looks like this set's going to come down to, again, can the women hold at the end?
Can the women hold?
5-4, 30 love.
Or are we going to be looking at a tiebreaker?
Yeah.
I don't want to say that too early, but there's a rare first serve miss. He's been his first serve percentage is probably around 80%.
Solid. Not much difference in his second serve.
No, it's
just
a very
little bit of pace difference. That's it.
And maybe a little bit more conservatively placed.
Yep.
But they're still the kids have their hands full with that ball. Oh, just a misstep by Eva there.
It's weird that the breeze just picked up. I don't know if the breeze impacted that return.
Kind of looked like the ball stopped moving in the air. She was way out in front on it. I think she expected that ball to be there a lot sooner.
Got a nice little breeze. I don't think it's impacting the play, but it probably feels good to the players. A little cloud cover right now also.
Of course, then again, they are also like kind of down in the pit too,
Yep.
so they don't get as much of this as we do either. All right, so we've seen a couple of first serves missed here.
I think, no, you're right, second serve, yeah. Oh, took a lot off that one.
Yes, he did. There's a lob.
Why? Yeah,
missed it.
Questioning why Holden would hit it back to him, but he got lucky on that one.
Yep.
Don't you think that was a very tactical play to take all that pace off that serve?
Absolutely. I think honestly, I think he didn't think they could afford the mistake there. I think that was the big thing. And sometimes that works in your favor because he's been bringing so much pace and spin at Holden. We saw that happen last match. They started taking some pace off the ball. Elizabeth did on that big hold, and it really just threw the male returner off completely.
Went from 40 love to 40-30 at second serve. Huge return.
Oh my.
What happened there? Did
that
hit the net?
clip the net?
I think it clipped the net.
I think it may have. It looked like it hopped right over Holden's racket.
Yeah. Elizabeth just blistered that return though.
She did. She absolutely pasted that.
So we're at 5-all. Elizabeth Scotty to serve. Sanam Singh just held, so the ladies' serves are going to determine the end of this first set.
Now, Elizabeth came up with a big hold last time she served too.
See if Holden shows some activity up there on this side. Smart play hitting to Eva.
Oh yes, Elizabeth with a great range there.
We're watching at home. You're like, well, what made that shot so tough? Well, there's very little pace on that ball, and Eva has to generate 100% of the pace. And it's just when you're hitting against the pace all day, it's tough.
Yes, yes. And not just that, but the fact that, her game is built really well to redirect the ball. I don't know if she's much of a dictator to begin with, but
should have gone right back at her, I think, again.
She's not necessarily hurting anybody with her ground strokes, but I will say this, if you give her pace on the serve, her return is nasty.
Yeah, Eva Wang is a former top 10 junior. She went on to play #1 at Harvard. She took 13 years off. I'm sorry, Eva Forsora now is her maiden name, or her married name. And she played last year, Phil, but came a much higher level back this year.
Absolutely.
That ball was close.
Yeah, good move by Holden there.
Yeah.
Nice play. This is a big point here. This is a big setup point. If
this
they
is the way all these games have been going. They've been winning the deuce and struggling to win the ad.
If they can steal one here, the last game, they held, they won one ad point with on Sanam because Elizabeth hit an unbelievable shot from behind her. Let's see if they can get something cooking here.
30-15, second serve.
Oh, just a huge return.
That's called a world-class forehand. There.
That ball had so much action, pace, angle.
Just crushes the ball.
Yep. Not to mention, I'm pretty sure he was a 1.5 feet off the ground when he hit that. I mean, this guy, for our aspiring tennis players at home, if you guys want to know how to be an explosive tennis player, it starts with your legs.
Yep.
And this guy has them, and I mean, he really has them.
Probably the biggest point of the set here, 30-all, 5-all.
Ball was visibly wide from up here.
Another advantage of playing on clay, and that's why we have our referee here. Our referee, ball landed right in front of him, and he immediately confirmed the call. That was one of those balls she hit a little late, so it was curving. It was curving towards the sideline as she hit it.
I think these antics don't wear well on Holden and Elizabeth. I think they're not really looking to mess around here in the finals. So that's the kind of stuff we've come to expect in like the 14s and the 12s.
I think she's got to get out of that pattern. She has to hit it down the line.
Hitting 5 balls against Sanam Singh is asking to lose the point.
Even for Elizabeth Scotty, I mean, she was crushing the ball. But
no, but there were probably 3 balls there that ball sat up where she could have changed directions down the line and had a good look at Eva there.
So we played 6 points this game, and Holden and Elizabeth have won the 3 deuce points. Sanam and Eva have won. And there's 3 ad points. That was, I think she got a tough bounce on that serve.
Well, and that was also our tactical changeup. That was much slower than she's accustomed to seeing, even from Elizabeth. And I think that's just that she had good action on the ball, no pace, and it.
And these guys do that on purpose, guys. They change the pace on the serve just to throw off the timing. Another second serve with Sanam, which is tough.
It is. We'll see.
I'd like to see Holden just take a shot here.
See a forehand. Oh, and he missed a return.
Wow.
He's got to be kicking himself for that one.
He's about a half an inch away from hitting a winner cross court on that one.
Well, you know what we say about a shot like that, though, Mark? High risk, low reward, because there's still a chance with the range that Elizabeth has, that ball could still come back.
Yeah.
And that's just that's a tough shot to go for, especially when you're staring at an ad out or an ad in like that.
Impressive turnaround for Holden and Elizabeth. They were down 3-1 in the set, and it looked like they were almost out of it. Now Eva has to hold serve to send it to a breaker.
Yep, and it's going to come down to her serve here.
My expectations are Sanam is going to be incredibly active during this game at the net.
I don't know if we're going to be able to predict where he'll end up from the beginning to the end of the point, but you can bet that if the ball is anywhere within his range, he will be getting it. And it doesn't matter where it takes him on the court.
All right, here we go. For those of you watching at home, 5 serving 6. Eva Forsora serving to stay in the set. But I think tactically at home, watch Sanam at the net. That's going to be the interesting tactics. Watch, he's going to be moving. He's going to be faking. He's going to do everything he can to make himself part of the point here, even though Eva's serving.
A little deep on that serve there.
Phil, why is a high first serve percentage so important at this level of doubles?
Well, you know, your opponent expects the ball to come in with some pace on that first serve, so they tend to sit back. Most players, any smart player, is going to be looking for a situation. There's a great return by Holden, just, you know, as a footnote. I mean, he just crushed that ball.
Eva's not used to that pace.
No, and they caught them in a shift too.
Yeah.
But, you know, in terms of, you know, just what they're used to seeing, like, they're already going to be back on their heels expecting just to get the ball back in play. That's all they want to do because they're expecting a tough serve. So being able to pump that first serve in there is great, but if you can do it at a high percentage, your opponent is less likely. Great pickup.
My God, Elizabeth hit that backhand a million miles an hour. Smart.
Oh, beautiful point. So now you're suddenly seeing the change in strategy here.
About time, huh? From Holden and Elizabeth's perspective,
exactly,
it's about time.
Exactly. And we're at a love 30. This is a big opportunity
Sanam
to take
did not
this first
touch
set.
the ball at that point.
Yeah.
He did not touch it, and it was a rally of 8 or 9 hits.
And just touching on the whole first serve percentage again, let's see if Eva can make a first serve here and put a little pressure on Holden, because otherwise he's going to look to clock this ball. I mean, that second serve is going to get punished.
Love 30.
And here's the second serve
and
situation.
It's like you said, Phil, it's pressure. The
so
pressure.
she's feeling it.
Yep.
This is going to be a tight serve, I think.
I still think Sanam's going to go on this one. Let's watch him. Yep.
And he went, and he got it done.
Holden's got to be much more aggressive on that
I
shot.
think when you're up 30 love like that, and they're just pounding your partner cross court, Sanam Singh does exactly what he needs to do there. Holden needs to be more aggressive, though.
I mean, easy to watch here up in the booth. You and I, we haven't missed a shot all day up here.
That's true. That's true. We just call him like we see him.
So 15-30. Again, what's Sanam pull out of his hat here? As
I think he freezes. I think he doesn't go at all. I think he'll stay put, and I think that might throw Elizabeth off if he doesn't move at all.
Elizabeth takes 2 steps inside the baseline to return.
Let's see this.
He goes.
He goes, but a beautiful return.
Holden's got to go here.
And he does.
Oh, my.
Oh, what a shot.
Oh, my goodness.
What a shot.
I'm not sure what happened there. I don't know if it was a miss hit, if he tried it. It didn't sound like a miss hit.
I don't think it touched the net either. I think he literally just wristed that ball, like popped it right over the net.
It bounced about 1.5 inches off the court. Sanam was standing right next to it. And
Actually,
had no
I think
chance.
it bounced backwards.
Yeah, you have to watch the replay at home.
Yeah.
When we get home on that one.
That might be the best drop shot I've ever seen Holden hit. Not known for his touch game necessarily.
Does he have a touch game?
You know, we see it from time to time.
Great serve.
And beautiful. There's a big set winner.
Well,
wow.
Great comeback, but let's go back on that last point. Ladies and gentlemen watching at home, that's why you serve down the tee.
Exactly.
In doubles.
Exactly.
But unbelievable comeback. Down 3-1, down 2 breaks.
Yep.
And what do you think the difference was, Phil?
They stepped up the aggression considerably. You know, from start to finish there, we've seen there's 2 different teams out there.
Yeah.
You know.
I think they really started, they were a step slow. It looked like they were playing on their heels.
And like I said, you know, that might come from, you know, we kind of call it like the, you know, the hangover from taking too long of a break.
Yep.
You know, they're standing around, the other team's fresher off their other match, they're looser, ready to go. And, you know, Singh and Forsora just came out firing on all cylinders. I don't think, at one point I think we said that they won 11 out of the first 12 points of the match.
Interesting, that last point of the set, Sanam has been all over the net, and that's the first time they caught him down the line.
Yep.
I think they got to do that more. I think they got to keep him honest.
Absolutely, because you have to against some, especially with, you know, Eva's not bringing a serve that's hurting either one of them, and they can really, especially on like in a second serve situation too, you've got to do it sometimes. Grant.
Eva's been serving solidly the entire match, and she struggled with the first serve that last game.
She did. She did.
But she's been more than holding her own throughout the entire tournament.
And actually, from the beginning of the set to the end of the set, Scotty and Coons they kind of got into their rhythm on their service games. We were talking about, they kind of got over the hump after being down love 3, and Holden had to serve at 1-3 to get them kind of back into the set. And we said how big of a game that was there, and he struggled,
right,
but he got the job done.
That was like a 7-deuce game.
Absolutely, but he still, and they even had, they just could not win a point off of Sanam Singh at that point. And they've kind of fallen into their rhythm a little bit. They've given him some different looks on the returns. And, we can't expect the guy to be perfect. Tennis is an imperfect game. We expect everybody to make errors, regardless of how good they are. And, unfortunately, Sanam just missed a few shots at the end of the set there. But you really can't put, that much pressure.
The big one was that volley that,
yes.
That was, he's going to make that shot 99 out of 100 times.
Yes.
And that was an important point. But Holden's going to start out serving, so we'll see if the Scotty Coons team get off to a better start this set.
Let's see if they get, they start carrying some of that confidence over. Because, last match we talked about how teams start off the second set. How important is that first game?
Yeah, many people, tennis aficionados would say that the most important game of the match is the first game of the second set. So why do people think that?
Well, I said it earlier, and I'll say it again. If you're the team who won the first set, you have a chance to put your foot, down on the other team, and you have to do it because you want to assert your dominance in the second set and tell them that, this is not going to be any different than the first set. And again, if you're the team that lost the first set, you're going to fight and scratch and claw like crazy to get back into this, and you want to send a message real soon that you're not going away anytime soon.
Yeah. Missed it by 2 or 3 inches. You got a good look at it.
Yep.
But tried to be a little too fine on that one.
And so we're starting to see a few cracks in his game all of a sudden. He's missing a few returns.
I mean, I know he's
but
good. I don't know if he could play better than he did those first 4 or 5 games.
No, that was unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Yeah. Probably some of the best tennis these courts have seen in the club's history.
I'd have to say so. Back to the days. I mean, we've had a pretty storied program here at the Country Club of York. Dating back to Gil Rothrock.
Dr. Gil Rothrock, who's a York legend for those in the tennis community.
York legend, and a lot of locals claim that he probably had the talent level to be, top 5 in the world. It's just at the time he had the option of, do I make a living as a surgeon or do I slum it on the tennis pro circuit?
Big serve by Holden, and it was a miss hit by Sanam that landed right inside the baseline, right inside. That was a little bit of bad luck, so here we are, 30-all.
30-all.
Holden's serve.
This is a huge setup point. This sets the tone. It's almost more important than that breaker, that hold point that we're going to look at here on the next add point.
Obviously, this is a huge point because Sanam's returning next. Great return by Eva.
Big backhand coming.
Yep.
Good night.
Great return by Eva. Kind of forced a weak volley by Elizabeth. Now they're in trouble again.
Like I said, you give her pace, she's really dangerous, especially on that service return. She has been returning so well this entire match.
Where's he going here? You think body serve or goes flat?
Think big. Went right at the backhand. And a beautiful angle there.
Talk about that last shot, because everybody wants to crush the ball. Talk about that last shot.
Well, let's put it into terms of physics here. I mean, Sanam doesn't have that much court to work with. He's got to take the pace off that shot in order to make it go in the court, and that was the big thing there.
We're going to turn it over for a couple minutes. Dr. Matt Howie, who is the head of the York Opioid Collaborative, which is our recipient of all the funds that we raised for the tournament. We're going to turn it over to Dr. Howie and have him talk about the collaborative for a second.
Hey, wow, what a great match. Thank you guys for putting this on. And speaking for the collaborative, I am not the executive director. I got Brittany doing that. I'm on the board now. But such important work, and especially instead of COVID-19. We're continuing to see an escalation in overdose deaths, unfortunately. We had 2 years where we actually saw decreases in overdose deaths in our county. That is a very unusual phenomenon, and we were very excited, hopeful. COVID-19 has changed the dynamic dramatically. We're running year over year about a 50% increase in overdose deaths in the setting of COVID-19 deaths as well. So our work has never been more important, I would say. Really important work, and these funds are just so critical for us to continue to do what we're doing.
So Matt, tell us a little bit about what kind of services the collaborative offers. Like where is our money being spent, and like how does that help our community?
So there are, when it comes to these kinds of responses, I think there's lots of different groups that kind of jump into this space. You have government agencies, you have insurance companies and health providers, but invariably there are gaps. There are opportunities and spaces that otherwise aren't being able to be filled. We have worked really hard on building collaborative relationships to help dynamics with sharps management. So that's a program right now that we're looking at getting some grant funds, and this could help supplement that so that individuals, regardless of the condition they have that generates sharps and needles, have safe place to dispose of them in the county, judgment-free. Allows us that support. That's just one example. We're working on improving the coordination of data collection, and we're playing a role in coordinating between government, EMS, and fire data to better understand where overdoses are happening and how we can better get resources into those spaces that otherwise we may not have been able to see if those areas weren't coordinated together. And there was no real convening entity. We play that role.
Yeah.
So over the past year, we've had a partnership with something called the CDC Foundation. So it's the foundation arm of the Centers for Disease Control.
Yeah.
And that's developed something called the FAST program, which is a public health and safety team.
Yeah.
Even though we don't have a health department in the county, we have a public health voice in the county. That's kind of the job that I get to play, working with law enforcement and other providers, again, coordinating data collection and helping refine our approach. And we learned some really critical information.
Yes.
We learned a lot of overdoses are individuals that are on probation and parole, and being able to better have them be aware of their caseload, having that increased risk allows them to respond better. Not in a punitive manner necessarily, but really trying to help them get the help when they're demonstrating a cry for help.
That's great work, Matt. I think it's very important that all of those that are battling addiction, and make no mistake about it, it is a disease. But all of the people in our community be able to one, get the help that they need about this, and then all of their support network be able to be educated about this as well.
Absolutely. We have some really neat initiatives we're looking at going forward at trying to coordinate with recovery houses. We want to make sure that when there is a recovery house that's needed, that it's a high quality one that supports the individual and they're not taken advantage of in a vulnerable state. And that's something that the state is paying more attention to, but we want to help those recovery houses be able to provide that service with the highest standards possible and be supported. And those that don't meet that standard, they are no longer utilized as consistently, so that we're making sure that quality is sufficient.
Yeah, it seems like a more holistic approach than it used to be. I have to say, you guys are considering every avenue, every aspect of the recovery, and it just seems like you're doing a great job over there.
Thank you. It's work that is really satisfying, but I can tell you it doesn't ever stop. It seems like just when you think you're getting some traction, life circumstances and community circumstances change, but that's why we're here, is to be able to respond to those things.
Absolutely.
Well, this is an amazing match. As a complete tennis hack, I love watching high-level tennis, and this is fun to watch.
They are unbelievable, aren't they?
For sure.
This is the best talent level that we have ever had here in terms of depth.
I will say, before the tournament started, Mark Coombs called it that said that of course his view of the number one seed would be positive, but he goes, that other one, they're the dark horse.
Yeah.
This one. Those are folks who they can play some tennis. He just saw them on a warm up and made that comment. So kudos to him. I know he actually called it.
Yeah. And we're starting to. I mean, this is turning into one heck of a match too. I'll tell you what.
Oh my gosh.
It is.
Each of them are kind of taking the measure of each other, and now you can watch some high quality tennis played out.
Absolutely. All right, now we're going to hear from our committee chair, Mr. Michael Groft. He's done an absolutely wonderful job coordinating this event for the last 6 years now. Mike, take it away.
Oh, thanks, Phil. As the saying goes, it takes a village, and we've had a tremendous village, not only the committee that works with me, but we actually have Dr. Howie on our committee, along with the executive director of the York Opioid Collaborative, and that makes sure that there's continuity between the committee knowing that it's more than a tennis event, and it also helps Dr. Howie and the staff at the collaborative know what it takes to rally these great sponsors for the financial means that are necessary to partner up with all the other funding sources they have to make, you know, the opioid abuse just a little bit more reasonable to handle. It is a tough job every day, I am sure, as they've made sure we're aware. But I did want to take a moment and say, the sponsors, I mean, in a year like COVID-19, as we call it, you know, 10 weeks ago, we weren't sure that it was the best thing to do to hold a tournament like this with everything that was going on. But at the end of the day, when you read the news and you see the devastation of the opioid challenges we're having, it quickly became clear that no, we've got to continue to do this, and the sponsors have just responded to an incredible level. And we just can't say enough about those banners that you folks see that scroll across the screen. They make the wheels turn, and that's what we need.
And I have to say this, Mike, seeing a lot of these banners year after year, I believe we've been supporting the Opioid Collaborative for, 4 years now? Yes. And this has turned into more than just some charity tournament for a lot of these sponsors. They know the impact that this has on the community. They genuinely want to help, and I think that's a lot of that's probably why we had such an overwhelming response this year, even with so many economic hardships for a lot of our businesses.
Yeah, well, I think the businesses recognize, there's no banner up there that doesn't have employees that are impacted, by the situation with the opioid challenges we have. So, lucky for them, I'll say, that we have the York Opioid Collaborative that is a partner with them, one way or another, in supporting the people that live in this community, to keep them healthy, to get them healthier. So it is nobody likes asking for money when you go out on the fundraising trail, but we have a terrific story. You can't run and hide from it. So it's just been a very much a win-win. And I will switch over and say the Country Club of York has been very gracious in sponsoring the grounds, their staff for the last 6 years in fundraising events, and then particularly the last 3 or 4 here with the Opioid Collaborative. And they get it too. Part of their strategic plan here at the Country Club of York is to be that solid partner in the community. And this demonstrates that very clearly. So kudos to the Country Club folks. Okay, Phil, where are we in this match here?
Well, I believe we were still missed it. Wow. I believe we're still sitting at 15-40. Yeah. 2 serving 1.
It's just amazing. It's one unbelievable shot after another.
This is the I think this is the highest level that we've ever had in the final here. We've had some great finals. We have.
Yes, we have.
But we've also had some runaways too. But this is such a beautiful level of tennis.
Yeah, the folks that lost in the final last year was Punch Malika and Charlotte Sakura. They've been mainstays with our charity since the beginning, every year. And I hate to say it, but we may have seen a changing of the guard.
I think we may have seen that last year too. But I remarked earlier in the semifinal that 2 years ago the final was between Charlotte Sakura, Punch Malika, and Ilya Shatisvili and Delia Mask. And that was a phenomenal level for a final. But this year we saw Ilya come back with a different but very strong partner, and we saw Punch and Charlotte again, and they didn't even make the semis. It just this, like I said earlier, and I'll say it again, this tournament has kind of turned into an uncontrollable beast, but in a very good way.
Absolutely. It's good for the game of tennis. It's good for the country club. It's outstanding for the collaborative. And, you like being involved in things, as our committee knows, where there's several factors that are winners. And we got them all over the place. And that's just tremendous. So can't say enough about it. It's so much fun.
Rare miss. Rare miss from Sanam Singh. So we saw a little bit of, they faltered a little bit to start this set. Holden got broken right off the bat, but they've leveled the match at 2-all, and you know, they're up 30-love here, and they're looking strong.
Yep.
I think we're still allowed to call them teeny boppers, right? I think they're both still teenagers. Oh, just missed it, but...
I was just speaking about a half hour ago with the president of the apartment gallery, which I was affiliated with and before I retired this year, and he said, Mike, which is just incredible. Again, nobody knows what the future holds with respect to the economic gains of any of these companies with what's going on with COVID, but that's just a testament to one company that just gets it. They understand that they're going to be here.
And they've been with us from the very beginning.
Yes, they have.
The apartment gallery has been one of our chief sponsors since the creation of this tournament.
Yep.
And they've just been outstanding with their generosity every year.
And as one of the primary fundraisers, I can tell you the stories just go on and on. When I spoke with each and every one of these banner sponsors up here, in particular one where the company was this year saying, you know what, we have to settle back a little bit on our donations this year because we just don't know the future. And I got a call a half hour later from them saying, you know what, our individuals around the office pitched in, and we're still going to do the sponsorship. I mean, that's the kind of commitment you have from not just the names of the companies, but it always boils down to the people in the company. And that's what makes the difference, I think, in York County in so many ways. When times get tough, they roll up their sleeves and they get the job done, and that's why we're here today.
We have a long, proud history of that in this county. I will say that. This is blue-collar America at our roots, and nobody here is a stranger to hard work.
Yeah, many of us, most of us grew up here. We understand what goes on here. It's just hard work, and hopefully get lucky along the way as well. All right, I'm going to turn it back to Mr. Coons here and let him give some more intelligence on this match.
Mike, thanks so much for sitting with us.
My pleasure. You're welcome.
I have to say, you know, the first set, Mark, was kind of a tale of, you know, it was almost two separate sets.
Yeah.
You know, this one is just completely a seesaw match all of a sudden.
Now, this is a huge point.
Deuce.
Yeah, huge point. Because they continue to struggle to win those points on the ad side.
They do. We'll see how they respond here down break point.
Yeah, they were up 30-love this game, cruising.
They were.
Hit a pretty big serve and a rare miss on a volley by Elizabeth that started the turnaround this game. Let's see what Holden does here. Trouble.
Missed it.
Oh man!
I tell you what, Holden hit a heck of a volley there.
Yeah, he dug that one out of his ankles, and Sanam wants that one back. But you know, the last couple games, he's been giving him one. Every now and then. He did not at all in the first set.
And that just goes to show you, like I said before, no matter how good of a player you are, everybody makes mistakes, and it's more about how do you respond to those mistakes, you know. And in doubles, how do you respond to those mistakes as a team?
Yep.
Because I don't know, Mark, you've been playing tennis a long time. I've been playing a long time. And it's always the best team that wins. It's not the best two individuals on a tennis court.
Just checking the radar here. See where we are. We got a storm just north of us, so it looks like it's going to pass us. It's getting dark off to the north, but it looks like the storm's going to pass us. That was a big serve, key point.
Yeah, I have to say, I mean, talk a little bit about our weather situation the last few years of this tournament. I think as hot as it is today, we've still been very fortunate not to end up with a lot of rain.
We always hold our breath that that lightning siren doesn't go off.
Exactly. Especially if we can hear the thunder already. And that's a big hold from Coons. Big hold.
So Holden hits that transition volley. It doesn't look like much, but then he moves so close to the net that it puts pressure on Sanam to do something he's not comfortable with, and there's the result of it.
And not to mention, you have to think, you know, Sanam's not really, when that ball comes back at him, it's got slice on it, it's low, it's got no pace. What does he do with that ball? You can't lob it from no man's land because that puts you in a bad situation. Coons and Scotty are both, great coverers of the court. They will put down a lot of overheads on you if you try to go over top of them. So he's pretty much got to try to blast that through them, and, because of the pressure they're putting on him right now, and we talked about this earlier in the match, is something that those two had to start doing. He's starting to miss some shots.
And watching the tournament, Holden may be, one of only one or two other ones who serves and volleys on almost every point.
Yes.
That's just kind of his comfort zone.
Yes.
He's always moving in when he serves.
He moves in, he closes that net, hit that net like a freight train.
Yeah.
It's straight to the net. Every single shot.
So 2 serving, 3. I believe Sanam's the only one who has not been broken yet this match.
And I'm not going to say it's never going to happen, but the odds of it happening are pretty slim, because he's just been basically been able to serve the ball wherever he wants to at will.
The placement's unbelievable.
Yep. I mean, Holden was 3 steps to the side of the doubles alley to get that ball back in play. Easy overhead put away for Eva there at the net.
Wow.
And then there's that.
Wow.
Good night.
That's, I think they call that world-class backhand.
Well, if it's not, I'd love to meet somebody who hits one better than that.
Off a first serve.
Unbelievable.
That was a cannon. They're starting to pick on Holden's backhand on those returns. I think he's got to step in and.
I think he's got to cut that angle
take
off.
a little earlier, yeah.
If I were him at this point, I would probably for returning, I would put a foot in the doubles alley just to try to take that ball, that angle away.
And inside the baseline also.
Let's see if he gives another one to Elizabeth's backhand. Nope. I think we knew what was going to happen there.
Yeah, he's not only physically unbelievable, but mentally
super smart player.
Always makes the right decision.
Always in the right spot on the court.
And there again, he mixed it up to Holden because it's 40-15, so it can be a little riskier.
Rare double fault.
Looked like his toss got a little out in front on that one.
Yeah, his timing was definitely off a little bit.
Again, guys at home, watch this leg drive. I don't know if I've ever seen someone so explosive pushing off the ground on his serve.
I'm going to say there's one person maybe I've seen that does that here, and that was David Wilczynski the first year that we had this tournament. David was about 6'1", and he was thin as a rail, but he was like 1.5 feet off the ground every time he hit a serve, and it was a very big delivery.
David Wilczynski and Julia Cohen won the inaugural event 6 years ago.
It's been a long ride. Seems like it was yesterday though, right?
See ya.
Oh, beautiful.
So 3-all. Elizabeth Scotty serving. Important part of the match here. Good return to start things off by Eva.
That's a big backhand again.
She just steps into that backhand, just rips it. Looked like Sanam maybe didn't have his feet set like he normally does on that return, so he gave her a little bit of time.
Yeah, I'm not sure that anybody was going to be able to get over and cover that ground to that backhand, because that was a bullet. Very healthy backhand. Nice serve from Elizabeth.
Body serve,
and to couple that with good movement from Holden too, and that just puts Eva on her back foot there, trying to hit a tough return.
Again, I said this in the first set, but I think Holden needs to help Elizabeth out a little bit and move a little more when they're serving to Sanam. Let's see.
He's just been able to step in and just hit everything cross court.
Let's see what they come up with here. Second serve. Holden's starting very close to the net.
Oh, I think he overhit on that one a little
First set,
bit.
we didn't see that. Second set, he's given him a couple.
I think
he's come back to earth.
Yeah, he was playing on another level when they started this match. I don't think he missed a ball in the first 5 games. Again, we go back to that second service game that Holden had was kind of the tipping point in the first set.
There he goes.
Yep.
See, Holden's got to, when Eva's return goes by Holden, he's got to take a step or two back so he can be a little more defensive in that situation. He's kind of getting caught.
And not just that, but like let's talk about like where his eyes should be in that situation. He should be looking at Sanam.
Yep.
He should not, he should be just kind of trying to feel that out because Elizabeth's revving up to hit. The ball is on his side of the court. He's got to take a look. Like, he absolutely has to take a look at Sanam and see if he's moving. And then he might be a little more, square up to him, maybe be a little more prepared for that, but you're still going to lose that point most of the time.
Double fault, tough luck on the neck, back to deuce.
She really decelerated on that swing there. For those of you at home, when we use terms like accelerate, decelerate, there's only one way to swing a tennis racket. And you have to accelerate every time.
Nothing good comes off of slowing your racket down. 3-all deuce, huge game.
But a miss.
Again, so Holden moves, that puts a little pressure on her and
right, because
off.
She's thinking, she's like, okay, cross court, and then all of a sudden Holden moves, and at the last second she goes, I have to change directions, and she does, but you lose a lot of accuracy doing that.
Very important to not be predictable at the net. Wow, what a serve.
Beautiful serve.
Down the middle, so no angle.
Line, where's the line?
Yeah, they got to go down the line here sometime. Because Sanam's going to rip on if not. Good depth.
Wow, that was in.
Missed it. She played it. It was an out ball. She played it.
Sanam dumped it because he was so surprised.
Because he hit the
He
out
was
ball.
so surprised.
They got lucky on that one. Guys, we're gonna turn the microphone over for a little bit to a multiple champion here in our mixed doubles charity classic, and they've kind of, she and her partner have become a big part of the culture during this tournament. We're so blessed to have them each year. So this is, we're going to turn over to the head professional at Radley Run Country Club out of Philadelphia. This is Charlotte Sikora.
Hi guys. Now I'm so excited to be here again. I can't tell you how much we love playing here for so many reasons. First is charity, of course, and the relationship we've built for the people who are behind the charity. And it's been unbelievable to see year after year how much they've been able to raise and how much of a difference they are making here in York, Pennsylvania. So we very grateful to be able to come back year after year after year. And we're going to train this year so that we come back to win again next year. And we understand that with the pandemic, it was also, unfortunately, a bigger problem with addiction this time. And we really hope that we can keep the tournament going for many years and make an even bigger difference with opioid addiction. So thank you for having us. Thank you. We're very grateful.
Well, guys, just so everyone's aware of Charlotte's commitment to our tournament, last year we had a speaker series at the club discussing opioid abuse. We had our district attorney, Mr. Dave Sunday, speak, our coroner speak, several doctors, and it was so nice of Charlotte. She and one of the members from her club in Philadelphia came down to experience that speaker series, so it kind of shows her dedication and commitment to our event. Big game here, Phil.
That's a big start to that game. Holden just took 2 huge forehands right at Sanam Singh at the net, which is a little uncharacteristic of Holden, but I think something that he's really got to do more of to keep him honest, because Singh has been just all over the court, and he's got to get him isolated so that they can go after Eva in the cross-court battle.
Great serve by Eva. Great serve.
Great serve. Elizabeth had a real good look at that ball down the line. Just missed it.
Yeah. Again, Sanam's all over the place up there, so at the last second she tried to direct it down the line and couldn't get it over the net.
There we go. 15 all.
Keep your eye on Sanam again at home, guys. He's going to be all over the place here.
There's a big ball into her backhand.
Talk about Holden ripping that forehand down the middle. Why down the middle?
Well, at that point, he's got Sanam isolated over onto that side. He knows he's not going to move, and Sanam's in more of a defensive situation since that return cleared the net player. So now he's got to step back and he's got to be more reactive. He can't be assertive at that point. So Holden pretty much has carte blanche to hit the ball anywhere he wants, like in that whole side of the court. So he did a great job there of putting that heavy lefty forehand right into Eva's backhand.
There it goes. Come on.
Elizabeth, great get.
Yeah.
Wow. That's world class.
World class overhead there. That was about 2 steps inside the baseline. It was over his head. He had to take 5 or 6 steps back, and then he just blistered it.
We often talk about how important it is to be a great athlete as a tennis player. This guy is one heck of an athlete.
On top of the point of the match, it was 15-30. That was a huge point, so it brings him back to 30 all.
Another big point here. And a beautiful, beautiful shot by Holden there.
I think that's only maybe the second time he caught him.
And you know what I think he's going to do here? I think he's varying. I think he's going to go every other shot cross court down the line and try to keep him honest, because he's been doing a great job of returning ever since the first set. So a lot more aggressive all of a sudden.
Break point. Just missed.
That was back. Got a second serve situation here.
Elizabeth's going to come in and
is Sanam Singh going to move here?
Backhand here. Well, I wouldn't be surprised if Sanam moves. Let's see.
I think he might stay put, maybe. Yep.
Faked. Boom.
Boom. Done. Wow. Good night.
So that was Eva gets stuck having to hit a second serve, and Elizabeth just drills a return in the corner, and it was kind of easy fodder for Holden up there to finish.
So that was a huge game, because here we are, Holden Coons serving for the match now.
Yep.
That was big.
Holden has not had easy service games, so let's see what happens here. But he's serving for the match 5-3.
Hopefully serve with some confidence here, I would think. A little loose, little
he
loose.
Went with that big kick again. He didn't split. It just didn't look comfortable in that volley at all. He didn't like that it came back soft. He didn't like it was high.
Yep. And it totally compromised his footwork at that point.
Yep. Not a good start.
Yep. But for those of you at home, remember, the best volleyers keep their feet on the ground.
Good serve.
Great serve.
Good serve. We have seen Sanam come down to earth in this set. He's not superhuman.
No, but he's pretty close.
15 all, 3 points away from the match on Holden's racket.
Let.
Yeah.
Once again, probably a little different for these kids to be playing lets right now. Division I rules took the let out of tennis completely.
Went back to the kick. Yeah, I thought it was out too, just the way it looked. So they waited, they played it, and then they saw the ball mark was out, and I think the referee's going to confirm that it was out.
It was out, so they're going to take a second serve here.
Yeah. Only on clay would that be considered appropriate, but no gamesmanship there. That's just the way the game's played on clay.
It is. Russ Morgan very quick to get out of the chair.
What a serve.
That is not the guy you want to hit that shot to. That is for sure.
When Holden's serve kicks that high, Elizabeth has got to get as close as she can to the net.
Absolutely.
And she let that ball get below the net, and she was in trouble.
And at that point, you would think at that point, strategically, you do not want to try to carve a cross-court drop shot against this guy.
No.
He will track every single one of those down. The ball's in the air for far too long.
It's not your normal tactics.
No.
Look out.
Beautiful hands. Wow. Wow.
Elizabeth with the defensive volley. She's able to stay in it, and then
Holden with the stab beauty there.
Yeah. Look what I found.
Yeah, exactly.
30 all. This game's gone the opposite of most. They've lost every deuce point in this game, Holden and Elizabeth, and they've won every ad point so far.
See if he works the tee this time, maybe. Goes big.
Wow.
That's a great serve.
Yeah, it's just tough serve.
That's what he's got to do.
Yeah. Doesn't matter who's returning. So we have our first match point. Now they're going to have to earn it because it's 40-30 and they're serving to Sanam.
No, and Sanam's not going to give anything away here.
See what they come up with tactically here.
I might go big down the tee here, honestly.
Elizabeth's in the I formation.
And he did go big down the tee.
He went for a big flat serve.
Uh-huh.
Trying to end it off the serve. Second serve match point.
Great pickup. That's it.
Wow.
There you have it.
Wow. Back-to-back.
Back-to-back champions. That is a very impressive showing. And just for everybody watching, Mark and I are going to sign off here, and we would just like to say thank you to everybody who tuned in today, and thank you for your support for the York Opioid Collaborative and the Mixed Doubles Charity Classic.
My goal is to finish in one piece, so I need it.
That's the whole point.
Yeah. Thank you for watching. Thank you. Am I playing better than last year?
Oh my God, you 10,000 more than held your own.
You know, I couldn't serve. Last year I just started playing on team serve. Yeah, I'm still in one piece. Yeah. I know last night I really pleased.
I mean, you have to get some help. They probably aren't going to take that long. Not yet. Someday, Bryce.
Check. Guys, let's start off by giving a nice round of applause to our referee, Mr. Russ Morgan. I'm going to turn it over for a minute to the chairman of this tournament, who came up with this vision several years ago, Mr. Mike Groff.
Great, Mark. Thanks for running a wonderful tournament. Mr. Mark Coons handles it with professionalism, grace the whole way through it. He had another great year from the weather, and it just couldn't get any better, we thought. But we have the same old champions, we can say that after 2 years. So a great hand again. You folks just bring shots that many of us around here just never see. And we have new folks in town, at least with respect to Sanam Singh, his first year here. We hope we've appetized him to come back again. And Eva Forsora, thank you so much for some outstanding tennis that we won't soon forget. And finally, with Mr. Coons again, another Mr. Coons coming back for the second year. Holden, it was just great to see you here, and with Elizabeth by your side, you just seem to be a team that can't be beat. So again, thanks, congratulations, and good luck on your college career as it continues in tennis and otherwise, of course. And final thanks to all the sponsors. Again, you can't say enough about these folks. Right now, today, as people still have been giving money to me, we're somewhere around $88,000 for the York Opioid Collaborative in total gross receipts. So, great community. Thank you to the players, all you fans that came out. You're just tremendous in support. My committee, the country club. What can I say? So, with that, back to Mr. Coons for final distribution of some money.
So once again, thank you. First of all, thanks for everyone to coming out to watch. Obviously, it's been a crazy year, very unique. We're going to look back in a couple years at all these pictures of everybody wearing a mask and wonder what the heck was going on that year. So thanks to everybody. And on top of donating, so much money to the collaborative, we're able, from our sponsors' generosity, to have a $10,000 purse to our players, which helps us bring in such top-level talent. So first, the recipients of the finalist award, $2,400 as a team. We'd like to congratulate Eva Forsora and Sanam Singh. And it's certainly my pleasure to be able to award the championship prize of $5,000 in total. Back-to-back second defending champions, Elizabeth Scotty and Holden Coons, our local boy, come back and represent the club proud. So let's give them a great round of applause.
You have your speech ready? Get out of here. Do you guys want to talk about it? Just talk and say we'd like to thank everybody and especially thank the sponsors.
All right, we talked Holden into saying a few words here.
All right, you got to talk loud.
Thank you all the sponsors for supporting this tournament. It's always fun every single year. It kind of stunk this year that it was a little bit off, but we're so glad it went on and we could play. Thanks, guys.
Once again, we'd like to thank the club for sponsoring this event during this unique period, and thank all our members and everyone who came out to watch. We will be, I just talked to Eva and Sanam. We usually set the date at the beginning of the year, and we'll get that date out there as soon as we set it, usually sometime in January. So thanks for the support, everybody.
You're not allowed to go any higher than that.